And we're live. Our last session ended, I believe, with the party settling down for their last long rest at Cragmaw Castle, looking to set out in the morning on the next leg of their journey. Behind them, a day passed, a battle with Fierith and her drow forces that ended with her demise. The arrival of Madrick and his remaining red brands, and some parley. Things discussed, introducing Madrick to a ancient green dragon who lives in a thicket to the north. He seemed open to meeting her, maybe interested, but certainly not dumb enough to wander into her domain. He did, however, agree to perhaps kidnap her trophy, the old wizard Paramon, should he wander near the castle, and hold him there for your return, and possibly to draw her out of her lair. He did also seem interested in pursuing the Black Spider and removing him as a potential future problem, sensing the Spider's sister's death in his home might bring the villain's ire sooner rather than later. And so, with an idea to perhaps head back to Phandalin and look into maybe heading towards the Rockseeker expedition and seeking out the Black Spider earlier as opposed to later, the party finds themselves waking the following morning after a long rest. And the morning is yours. What would you like to do?
Just remind me, the plan that we had sort of tentatively discussed last night before turning in was to head back to Phandalin first, or head to the expedition, the excavation.
We would head back to Phandalin first, potentially restock our provisions, grab anything that we might need in case we get into combat with a dragon, or if the Black Spider decides to come question us.
Right.
It'd probably be better to head back to Phandalin first.
Yeah, okay.
So maybe pick up someone who's interested in going to the Rockseeker camp.
Glad you could make it, Hummer.
Sleepyhead.
No, not sleepy. Just check the time.
Well, we're just glad you're okay. Welcome.
Oh, you're alive.
So,
Yeah, then I guess we might as well pack up our stuff and head out.
Hummer, we literally just started with a recap, and
Okay.
the party waking up the next morning after a long rest, possibly their last at Cragmaw Castle, getting ready to set out. On the table is a trip to Phandalin and maybe the Rockseeker camp. And that's where we're at. So, if there's nothing else, we will set out. I don't think I did a travel challenge before, but I'd like to try it out. At least preview the mechanics and just kind of have a look at how it works. The difficulty will be easy because it's mostly road between here and Phandalin. But even so, every once in a while things happen. And so with your 5 provision points remaining, you set out for Phandalin, what is a 2 to 3 day journey. 5, 10, 15, 20. I think you guys made it to the edge of the Wayriding Grove in a day. I think total it's 2 days, and you can rush it in a very long day, if I remember correctly. Does that sound about right?
I think so.
Yeah. Well, we left and rested, and then we stayed in that little cave thingy, and then we went to the castle the next morning.
Right. Yeah, and you guys don't normally set out first thing in the morning anytime you leave Phandalin, right? Like there's usually a little bit to do before you walk out the front door. So if you're up bright and early and you travel an 8-hour day and then push it an extra 2 to 4 hours, you can make it to Phandalin by late evening to night. Just a reminder on travel mechanics: when you travel at a fast pace, your perception checks are at disadvantage, which, if we were big into random encounters, might mean that you are at more risk of a random encounter. But I mean, a well-armed group such as yours at this point isn't really going to be attracting the attention of a goblin raiders or highway robbers. They're going to steer clear of a well-armed adventuring group and maybe go after a small merchant caravan or some such. But other things can happen along the way. So we'll do a quick travel challenge just to try it out. We'll call it a 2-day challenge, so 2 successes before 3 failures. And the way it works is we'll go around the party and have each person pick a skill in which they're proficient. So you must have proficiency in the skill to use it. The skill can't be used twice in the same round. And if you don't reach the 2 successes by the end of the round, difficulty goes up by 1. I start out by describing the road ahead of you, the weather, any difficulties that you might run into. Try and give you a little bit of footing to work with, and then I'll just ask each of you in turn to pick a skill and describe how you'd use that skill to help the party succeed in reaching your destination. So the journey back to Phandalin is one you've done a couple of times now. It's fairly easy. Down the Weston Way, a wide trade route, over an old stone bridge, and then shortly south of that, forking off to the Low Valley Road, and then forking again to the narrow, less traveled, winding road up the hills into Phandalin. The weather this morning has turned. Dark gray clouds have rolled in, and it is beginning to rain, looking like a storm's coming in. Other than that, the route to be fairly well traveled and fairly easy. The DC for this will be 12. And I'm just going to go in alphabetical order, starting with Lunalia. If you want to pick a skill in which you're proficient and describe how you'll use it to help the party reach their destination.
I only really have 2 that would be of benefit. So I will take perception. And I will periodically move ahead of the group by, 50, 60 yards. And have a good look around to make sure that the road is clear, that there's, no impending traffic or anything else obstructing the road. Making sure we're not going to walk into an ambush anywhere.
All right, go ahead and make a perception check, DC 12. All right, well, a natural 20.
I can see everything.
And I'm going to go ahead and count that as 2 successes. There's some new additional mechanics I'm toying with this, but one of them is a nat 20. Typically, a natural 20 only really does something in combat, but I feel like not acknowledging it with skill checks can sometimes, be a bit of a downer. So 2 successes for that, and good enough. Now, the question for you guys is, do you want to make Constitution saving throws for your additional hours of travel past the first 8, or do you want to spend a provision point to forego that? So
I personally don't mind spending a provision point.
We're heading back to town where we're going to stock up anyways. I don't see why we wouldn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can spend an extra provision point to travel up to, I believe it's up to an additional 4 hours without risking fatigue. Normally, anything over 8 hours, and you begin to make con saving throws each hour that you travel, and the DC goes up. The flip side to that is you set up camp and you travel part of tomorrow and arrive at your destination. And it's really up to you if you want to take that extra day or not.
So the other option is we could push on and get there tonight.
Yeah, so we'll call it a 12-hour trip. 8 hours is a standard travel day. You can make it in 12. You have 3 choices. You travel 8 hours today and you camp and arrive tomorrow noon. You travel 12 hours today and you make con saving throws for the last 4 hours of travel to avoid exhaustion, or you travel 12 hours today and you spend an extra provision point to skip those saving throws to basically automatically succeed.
Yeah, I mean, I'm for the third option, but if you guys want to do something different.
I mean, I don't think there's anything interesting in these woods that we would really want to stop for.
Exactly.
Agree.
Yeah, that's a provision point then.
All right, you push on. Arriving in Phandalin, short 2 provision points at the end of the day. The sun has set, the sky has darkened. There is lively song and chatter coming from the Stonehill Inn, where quite a few folks from out of town have gathered recently, ostensibly to meet with Gundren and his brothers, to woo them into a piece of their claim on the long missing mine that's been recently discovered. Not much has changed in town, although you do see a couple of new faces. A couple of armed folk walking about. One of them looks your way and nods. It looks like the militia here has grown by a bit. So as you arrive in town, the rain now a downpour, the streets muddied. What would you all like to do?
What
Well,
time is it?
Late. Between 10 and 11.
To a dry place.
Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe head to the inn. We could probably use something to eat.
All right. Well, as you make your way to the inn, the sound that you heard from really all the way from the edge of town is now just a loud din. You can hear the sound of stringed instruments and a drum being played from one corner. Several drunken folk singing a tune in a language that none of you recognize. And many new faces about. At one table you see a stout, wide, mutton-chopped halfling with thick glasses. 3 dangerous-looking armed men sitting around him. 2 of them with drinks, one of them nothing on the table in front of him. The one with nothing on the table eyes your group as you come in suspiciously. The halfling seems to be talking with another man. Average height, average build, kind eyes, short cropped gray hair. Both of these fellows dressed a little bit differently than the folk you'd see in this area. Somewhat foreigners. Lunalia, you see your information broker acquaintance, Severin Thrace, sitting at the bar. Drink in his hand, sort of absent-mindedly looking about. He catches your eye, and you see him, he sees you, and he nods, raises the drink. There are a few other interesting-looking folk here. A very regal-looking dignitary, again dressed a little differently from what you'd see here. A long robe, black with gold trim, draped over one shoulder. His clothes quite finely tailored, and he's got a few people around him, and they seem to be engaged in some sort of conversation, hushed voices, and a lot of looking about. At the sorry, give me just a second here while I get on the Phandalin page. Behind the bar, you see your old acquaintance Toblin Stonehill hurriedly trying to put together some drinks for a rather large order, while Trilena, his wife, quickly busses plates of food about to various tables. Unfortunately, however, there is no room for you. Not a single table open here tonight, as there are a good 30 people in the establishment, more than you've ever seen. I need somebody to make a perception check.
I can. Oh, and I did so well earlier.
Oh, not so great. Well, let's get let's get a little tavern sound going in the background here.
I'd say if Rogar saw the Stonehill kind of struggling to keep up, he would head over to the bar and just wave at Toblin and ask if he requires an extra pair of hands.
He sees you, and there's nearly tears in his eyes. Rogar, oh, I'm a little busy tonight. Do you think you could help? Lend a hand? Oh, come with me. I'll get you started. A lot of folk, more than I've seen in a long time. He takes you in back and shows you the meal orders and gets you working the kitchen to help. And over the course of another half hour or so, you manage to help them get things in order. Go ahead and make a I'm not sure if we actually came up with a check for this. I think you've got a cooking additional skill for cooking, perhaps.
I did not add one because we didn't figure out what other.
You know what? Let's call it wisdom plus proficiency.
I'll just make a survival check, I guess, because that's that.
That'll work.
Uh-oh.
Ooh!
Rogar burnt the meatloaf.
Yeah, for whatever reason, you find that you're a little off your game tonight. Maybe walking into a meal half-cooked and being unsure of what was already in the pot. You finish a large pot of stew, and as you go to dish it out, there's a smell that tickles your nostrils. It's not good. It's
oh dear.
You're pretty sure it's not anything you put in, and perhaps it's something that Toblin added without telling you. But there is something not right about the stew that you've just finished off. What are the rest of you doing in this very, very crowded establishment? I mean, it's standing room only at this point, and there are people bumping elbows, and at one point there's a bit of pushing and shoving in one corner that gets quickly settled.
So you said there's no tables, no seats available?
Correct.
Yeah. Lunali would only be able to tolerate a couple of minutes of that before she would just head outside. Is there like a porch or a veranda or whatever on this building?
Let me take care of a couple things. We'll move your party back to Phandalin, and why don't I put you guys back on the town map? Not so much. There are eaves that provide a little bit of shelter from the downpour at the front of the inn, but not much of a porch. Some barrels and empty crates that one could sit on to the side.
Yep, she's just gonna move over then and perch on top of some crates or boxes.
Okay.
And wait until she starts to see people, wander their way out. It's way too crowded in there for her.
Is
Scribble?
the was it Silas
Mm-hmm.
that I kept calling Satan?
Yes.
Is he there anywhere?
No, actually, you have a glance around looking for him and cannot find him. He's nowhere to be seen.
Like any of the people who were with him, or like outfits that they were wearing or anything? Does anyone else have something similar to that?
Make a perception check. Meanwhile, Nora, what are you up to?
Oh, some good rolls tonight.
Hmm. What's Big Man Noro up to? Is he thirsty for a drink, or is this place a little too crowded for him?
Sounds like he's AFK.
Might be, yeah. Oh, no worries. Scribble, you look around. You don't really see anyone that catches your eye. You definitely see foreigners. There is a... Ooh, you know what? Make a history check with advantage. Nice. You definitely recognize one person, not really who you were looking for. Tall, thin, lanky and awkward in his movements. His eyes dart about the room as he takes in the crowd. Short, dark hair in a not a very flattering cut, almost a bowl cut. The name doesn't quite come to mind, but he's definitely someone you've seen in Dralamar before. A businessman of sorts. Someone who you've seen at various mercantile houses. You get the feeling, looking around this room, that there are folk from all about the Free States, as well as possibly from the Isle. It's quite a jumping room. And then you catch sight of somebody you do recognize. Kurt is at the back of the room, down a hall near the back door.
All right.
Kurt's the Chris the
Is there
wagon
room to
driver
like
left,
get to
yeah?
Kurt?
You can slip through the crowd and get to him, sure. Like, there's room to move in here. It's quite packed.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I would move over towards Kurt.
He spots you coming, and you can see him stiffen a bit, but he nods your way. Wasn't sure.
Kurt,
if
how
you'd
was
be
your
back
time
this
at the
way.
mines?
Quiet. A lot quiet lately. It's been nice. I owe you all more than you know for getting me out of here. Finding me something honest to do.
But you're back.
Well, Gundren needed somebody to drive the wagon. I just happen to be somebody. At least I am these days.
So Gundren's in town.
Aye. He sent me over here to have a look around and see what all's going on. All these people are here to see him, you know.
He's a popular guy.
Aye. Oh,
Where is he at tonight?
Hiding. He's not sure what to make of all of this. Didn't want to walk in here and get pestered by everyone. Why, you need to talk to him?
We were thinking about possibly heading up towards the mine, so
Right, well, he's holed up in the Sleeping Giant, in the barracks, they call it now. Maybe stop by and bring your friends with you if you, know where they's at. I think I saw him around. Saw the big man anyway.
He's in there somewhere.
Alright, we'll bring him by. The lads will let you in, I'm sure.
Well, thank you.
Right. I'm gonna get going. Too many people here for me. He just turns and awkwardly leaves.
There's Hummer.
There he is. So what's Noro doing in this incredibly crowded small bar? Full of foreign dignitaries and businessmen.
I want to go to the barkeep and say, "Where's my usual table?"
You manage to catch Toblin's attention mid-pour. He's got several mugs lined up and he's filling them with ale. Oh, it's right there, but it's full. Sorry, it's been so busy with everyone here. Your friend Rogar's in back, cooking up another fine meal, I hope.
All
I can
right.
get you a drink, but I don't think I can get you a table or a chair.
Nora wants to know if there's a spare barrel somewhere. He's gonna put it by the table where he usually sits and make new friends.
He just shrugs and says, "Barrel's outside, Noro, and here." He pushes one of the larger mugs towards you and says, "It's on the house if you promise not to break anyone or anything."
All right. I look at the table where I usually sit. How many people are there, would you say?
There is a let's see. At the table, there's that middle-aged man with the short graying hair, having a quiet conversation with the short little halfling with mutton chops and thick glasses. That's the table that has the three dangerous-looking, probably mercenaries, sitting at it. Two of them enjoying drinks, but one of them watching the room.
Nice. Okay. I told Toblin, can I get 5 more? And have them brought to this table. And then I just leave. I don't even give him a chance to answer. And I go get my barrel and go sit with them.
Lunalia, you would see Noro walk out the front door, look left, look right, and go for an empty barrel.
Noro.
Hello. Gonna go make some friends. I grab my barrel and I just leave.
Well, you take your barrel over to the table, and there is a spot between a couple of the thugs where you manage to drop the barrel down and have a seat. Right about the same time, Toblin shows up with 2 arms full of topped off flagons. He sets them down on the table, slides them to the middle of the table, and nods at you and turns and quickly hustles away.
Noro just starts counting how many at the table, but not speaking. Just like he's just like pointing at him, like 1, 2, 3.
There are 5. 6 if you include yourself.
Right.
The,
So I'm just showing them, like I'm pointing at them and counting, And then I'm just kind of looking. I guess what are they looking at? What are they doing? You know, as I do this.
The little halfling is peering down his nose at you, as if, you know, impossibly he were a foot taller than you and you were some sort of small creature to be looked at with disdain. The gray-haired man, very very sort of plain and nondescript looking, just cocks his head and watches you. Two of the mercenaries look quite relaxed. Eyebrows raised at the sight of additional alcohol, and the third one just watches.
All right, after I do my counting, I just kind of say, "Go ahead, one for each." What's going on tonight?
The gray-haired man says, "Hail, friend. What's the occasion for such a fine gift from a stranger?"
Well, when I first came here, there used to be nobody here. So life, busy. I see life. I see people around me. This is good. This is good for this town. I just kind of start sipping.
The halfling starts to stir, and the other man holds his hand up. "Wait, Louis. Let's speak to this man. My name is Keldon. And yours?"
They just call me Big Man.
"Local, then?"
Yeah, you can say that.
"Well, we are humbly at your service, then, as travelers here. I'm Keldon Reinhold of the Lion Shield Trading Consortium, and my friend here is Louis Raffan, from a little further east than I. We've come looking for a dwarf, a certain fellow by the name of Gundren Rockseeker. If you are indeed from around here, perhaps you've heard of him."
This is where I wish I had my friends. I don't say that out loud.
Well, I'm pretty sure Scribble's still in there somewhere.
I have gotten in way over my head.
I don't know if I'm gonna get in trouble because I really want to say the dead guy.
Oh,
Say what you say, man. Say what you want to say.
The dead guy? Yeah, he's around.
He just looks at you with a strange look on his face. "Dead, you say?"
Yeah, I thought it was a problem too, but he's fine. It freaked me out.
"Ah. I understand, I think. He was dead and now he's not.
Yeah.
I've known one or two people who have been in the same boat, so to speak. Nothing to worry about, my superstitious friend. Nothing at all."
Oh, and then I kind of like go on explaining to them like back in my tribe, and I have this thing about graveyards, and
He
just
listens
having
in,
small talk.
He listens to you intently and pays close attention. The mercenaries at the table, two of them have now completely ignored you and are engaged in a small conversation about a dice game they heard about starting up later. The third one still watches you suspiciously, his hand always close to his weapon at his belt. The little halfling is increasingly fidgety, seeming to have become tired of your presence here literally as soon as you sat down. And he keeps elbowing the taller man as if to, you know, tell him, get this guy out of here so we can get back to business. Keldon listens to your story and nods intently. That's what you've told me is what aligns with what I've heard about your people. I haven't met too many of the Goliath folk, but well, it is an honor to add one more to the list I've met. Tell me, what is it you do around here? Besides buy drinks for strangers.
I just explained to him like I help around with being Noro. Like he's honest, so he's just gonna tell him like, hey, I work at the Smith. I help out with weapons and all blacksmithing things, tools.
Bash
Things
some
like that.
skulls in.
Yeah, yeah. I don't tell him what I do at night. I just tell him what I do here in town.
During business hours.
Sniff soap
Very
and punch
business.
dopes.
That's right. During business hours. Just trying to help the town grow.
I've been known to chuck an orc or two off a tower.
Yes. You know,
And some
obviously.
friends across a room.
But yeah, so I guess you could say Noro notices, you know, the uncomfortableness that these people are feeling. I guess you could say, and just kind of like one of the mercenaries, I guess whoever I got in between, I kind of just like slap him in the back and be like, "All right, I'll leave you guys to it."
The one who's been watching you this whole time, his sword makes it about 2 inches out of its scabbard before he realizes that that there's nothing to your action, and he slowly stows it and just puts his elbows on the table, folds his hands together, and you can see he's tense.
Yeah. I guess you could say at that point when I'm leaving, I noticing that walking by, I just kind of be like, "Hey, relax, it's Phandalin." Yeah, I just like leave, and whatever that means, I don't even know. I just wanted to say it.
He shakes his head. Keldon calls after you as you leave. It was fine meeting you, my friend. I hope to see you around town. We'll be here for a few days, and if you see this Gundren fellow, send him our way, please.
I just like nod at him, and I want to go find my buddies, my real friends. Let them know what I discovered, at least with these people I met.
Scribble, after having spoken with Kurt, where are you off to?
So what, like, during that time, like, Hummer would have been talking to those people, and then he would have gone back out to the porch or whatever with Monalia.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I would have gone back out there too.
So you're out front, just perched on empty crates?
No, I would have like gone back up to him and then just said, you know, we should probably go somewhere a little less busy.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. This place is far too crowded to have a conversation.
Although Noro made some friends that look like.
Did you learn anything interesting?
We lost him.
Noro!
Oh, sorry, I lost you guys for a second. Try again. You guys can hear me now?
Yep.
Okay.
Lunali was just asking if you'd learned anything.
Oh, yes. I might have made a mistake.
In what way?
Well, I don't know. I was having a friendly conversation, and
Oh god, you didn't punch anyone, did you?
I slapped him in the back.
That's fine.
But in no, they were asking about Gundren. The I don't know what they're called, but they're really small.
Gnomes?
Yes. That's what I thought I heard the man say. Yeah, but they were asking about Gundren. I just kind of told him that he was dead, but he's fine. Is it- I didn't know what to say. I was actually looking around for y'all, but I didn't see y'all. So I just
Oh dear.
I just replied.
Sounds about right.
It's times like this that I miss Deebs. Do we see Deebs anywhere in the bar?
Oh, that's a good question.
No, you don't.
He's busy building.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we could try the Sleeping Giant down the road. I know that it's more like a barracks now, but
I think that's a good idea.
it's much more likely to be quieter than here. Yeah, so I guess we'll set off down the road for the Sleeping Giant.
All right. Just the three of you, or is somebody gonna go get the burner of foods?
We could maybe swing around the back and pop our head in the back door to let him know that we're heading down to the Sleeping Giant if he wants to join us.
You catch sight of Rogar furiously trying to save a meal that's gone wrong.
I'd say if Rogar like finished it and smelled something horribly wrong with it, he'd probably be having a dilemma of, do I just start over or do I fix it?
Is he in like a panic? Like, oh,
Yeah.
oh God.
He's probably
Oh,
making a
this is
second
bad.
pot.
Yeah,
Second
he's-
pot while trying to doctor the first one.
He's furiously working to correct some sort of atrocity that's happened in the kitchen.
He's not going to be like, nah, I'm just going to leave.
Well, go.
No,
I mean,
he'll-
it's been a little while. Go ahead and make another. Go ahead and make another survival check to see how
Jesus.
you recover.
Better.
Uh,
Oh,
getting there.
God,
Toblin
they're
leans
full
in
of shit.
the front door to the kitchen. Hi, Rogar. How's it coming? Hungry folk out here asking for their meals.
It's coming along.
Right. Well, if you could hurry it up, then.
Just like
I've got to get back
two
to him.
ladles. A ladle and like two different soup pots just stirring frantically.
So the rest of you can wait while he fixes things, or you can head off without him. It's entirely your call.
Rogar would
just-
mention just go off without me, I'll meet you there.
Sounds good.
all right.
You make your way to the Sleeping Giant. The rather run-down, dilapidated-looking building has been fixed up a bit. It's not pretty, but it's functionally fixed up. Some of the damage from its rowdy patrons to walls and windows has been repaired, and not so much sound coming from within, although the lights are on. The front door seems to be open. And as you step in and have a look around, you see Ulrich sitting behind the bar, actually. Standing behind the bar. A stack of missives to one side. Quill and ink pot. He's in the middle of writing something. He looks up. Ah. Welcome to my, fine establishment. Sorry, I don't have drinks, but, I can offer you a place to, shelter from the noise down the road. It's good to see you all.
Quite
It's
the
good to
busy
be back.
town.
Yes, well, Gundren's fault. He claims it isn't, but several of the folk down the way who've come here from abroad have claimed that he wrote them a letter asking them to come. I did not, you fucking idiot. Hello? Gundren comes down the stairs.
Ah, this is where you're hiding.
He looks like he hasn't slept in days. Dark bags under his eyes. his skin gaunt, hanging seemingly from bone. He definitely looks a little worse for wear. Like he's missed a few meals and has just generally been too busy to take care of himself. But there is fire in him that you maybe haven't seen before. So, seem to have gotten in quite a pickle here. Everyone down the way seems to be thinking I wrote them letters asking them to come. You wouldn't happen to have any idea of how this happened, would you? I'm a little at wit's end. I've been hiding out here for the last day.
Did the letters say what you wanted them to come for?
Aye. A majority stake in our claim. It's certainly not anything I would have offered, and not to so many people either. I had a couple prospective business partners in mind, but none of these folk. The Lion Shield Consortium from Ansburg is here, and Louis Rafan from Flayn, Hammond Sam from Dralamars, representing several of the noble families there. Even some sort of stuffy prick from Lyria is here. It's a lot to process.
Well, if you didn't send them a letter, who do you think did?
Well, I don't fucking know. I'll bet it was that Kurt bastard. Wait.
What? The
I
wagon driver?
I don't think he can write. Never mind, it's not Kurt. But maybe. Best keep an eye on him. No, I don't know. All I do know is I'd rather not see anyone who's here. So please don't tell them you know where I'm at. If you do speak to them. But I recommend you don't. They're all a bunch of stuffy pricks.
I glare over at Noro.
Oops.
We're all just looking at Noro.
I'm making like that face, you know, like
He doesn't seem to notice. Oddly enough, maybe he's tired and distracted. But he rolled a 2.
Oh. Yay.
Ulrich
Exactly.
stacks up the shuffle of papers he has and sets them beneath the bar. He says, "Well, if you're going to make such a stir in my office, I'll take this elsewhere. There are a couple rooms upstairs if you're looking for a place to stay. I imagine the inn is booked."
Lunalia's just looking around at his office. Your office, I can't help but notice, is a bar.
Right, well, Halia's taken over Townmaster's Hall, and it's really no place for barracks anyway. It's not big enough. This is the best we could do. She was very helpful in buying the place out from its prior owner, and I must say it's nice to not have a pub full of brigands down the street. So, that's what we have for now, and it'll have to do. I have a few more men coming from Dralamar in a week or so. I'm a little worried about this dragon showing up again. It's bound to carry off more than a cow next time. Anyway, I'm off. I have a few more things to sign and have to look after the men who are out on watch. If you need anything, come find me. I'll be about. And he turns and exits the room rather quickly. Oh, I've not seen him so busy in a while. That's good. It's good that he's busy. He's not the kind who does well with idle hands. So, I thought I might run into y'all, although I don't see all of you here. We ran into a bit of a problem with the mine. Actually, quite a big problem. Quite a few big problems. Well, I won't mince words. It's full of dead things, and I need someone to kill them. Again.
Whoa.
Dead things?
Aye.
You mean undead?
Well, yeah. That too.
She eyes Gundren from toes to top.
Look, Thardan, Nundro, and a few of the boys unearthed the entrance to the mine a couple of weeks back and cracked on into it. What they found inside was terrible, more than we could handle. We lost Janus, the big man. He fell defending their retreat. They managed to seal off the entrance. We can't do much more without help. I came to town to hire whoever I could find, and Ulrich promised to send a couple of his boys if he could spare them. But knowing that you're all here, maybe you'd like to come help too. Certainly don't want to lose anyone else, and we're at a standstill. We're so close to our objective, but we can't do anything until we clean it out. I'll be honest, I'm running low on funds, and I can't promise much. 100 gold apiece, and if that's not enough, maybe we can talk a stake in the mine. Mind you, nothing big, right? But sort it out when we find out what's in there.
I would do it just for the sake of putting the undead down. What's
Aye.
dead should never rise.
So, that's one signed up for free. Who else? He looks at Noro. I reckon I could buy you a keg of ale, we call it even.
Kind of look at my pals. Like, are we moving on this or?
I think we should.
How big of a stake are you offering?
Or are we doing this now? %.
Each.
Total. Split however
What did you
many
offer in the
ways.
letter you wrote to all these people?
60.
60?
I didn't write the letter, someone else wrote it. I don't know why. Nobody's getting 60%.
You could go down to the inn right now and explain that to the lot of them.
Start a fucking riot. Look, I don't want anyone knowing I'm here. I also don't want to risk someone following me back. We've managed to keep the location of the mine quiet for now. We're not well armed. There's not too many of us to defend our camp. So far we've gotten by keeping our operation quiet. You know, beyond me coming to town, that is, but well, you've been there. It's a little tricky to find, and without directions, you'd be scouring the foothills for months to find us. I'd like to keep it that way. So I'm thinking I might slip out tomorrow if I can secure enough people to help clear the mine. Your group might be enough. I've seen what you can do firsthand. I've heard what you can do secondhand. Met some folk here who talked pretty big about what you did east of here. I think if we made a deal, I could just leave tomorrow, take Kurt, head back. You could catch up. We leave all of this behind us, all the rowdiness at the inn down there. If I don't show up for a few days, they'll get tired and bugger off. At least I hope. In any case, it won't be my problem anymore. It's his! Ha! He points off in Ulrich's direction, where he left. Let him sort it out.
Well, I don't believe we had anything else pressing we needed to do.
Let us talk about it real quick.
Yeah.
Right, well, I've got a room here. Appreciate if you don't tell anyone that. And, look me up when you're ready. I'm upstairs, third door on the left. Right. Be seeing you. He turns around and stomps up the stairs.
We should wait till we should wait till Rogar shows up before we decide anything.
One of the things you notice about the main floor of the Sleeping Giant is, contrary to the way it was laid out before, the tables and chairs have all been removed. It's sort of there's a large piece of slate that's been affixed to one wall. There are a couple tables in the corner that one of them's got a map spread out over it. It definitely looks more like it's been converted into a meeting place of sorts, a gathering place for the militia to, have their morning scrum or whatnot. It's definitely not serviceable as a pub anymore. Most of the the stoneware, cups, bottles, the liquor that was stacked on shelves behind the bar has been taken down as well. Although there are a few items left. You imagine the rooms upstairs have probably been double bunked and converted into some sort of quarters for at least those of the militia who find this their full-time job, as opposed to residents of the town who've signed on for rotations. It's a lot more professional looking establishment inside, although the signs of it, once having served as an inn are still evident here and there. Are you going to wait around here for Rogar to show up?
Yeah, I mean, that's where we told him we were going.
Okay.
And it was already pretty late whenever we got to town, right?
It was, yeah.
So it probably wouldn't be that long.
No, I'd imagine Rogar would, maybe in another half hour, 45 minutes, wrap up what he's doing and begin wondering if everybody else is waiting for him.
Would you say I've been cooking for about an hour?
Yes.
Okay, I'm using my goddamn feet.
Nice.
Ooh.
Like put your toes and shit in it?
No.
Ew.
I'm going to use basically everything. I don't know how I can.
Oh, hands and feet. Tail, too.
Noise.
Does that list everything? It's just the short rest one for patrons, and I'm going to attempt to make the long cook treats, like the long rest cook treats for Toblin and his wife. Kind of as it gives temporary hit points, so maybe like a boost of energy kind of thing to try to keep up with everything.
Well, yeah. So they've been. You can, being around them for a bit, you can tell they are. They're a little worse for wear. They've dealt with an increasing number of patrons over the past few days. When you were in town not too long ago, the place was beginning to fill up, and now it's packed and jumping. And you imagine that some of the people that are here in the inn, have secured lodging, with townsfolk or wherever they could stay, because there's definitely more folk here than would fit in the 6 rooms upstairs, and these two look tired. So you spend some time making them a meal alongside the meal you prepare for the patrons. And using your feat, it more than makes up for the natural one you rolled before. Toblin and Trelena find a quiet moment to share a meal together as the evening winds down. And he looks at you and nods, and there is gratitude on his face as he, hungrily digs into the plate you fixed him. You imagine he probably hasn't eaten most of the day, being too busy serving people. The room begins to die down. The crowd that was here for dinner and conversation, some of it's dispersed, and the folks left are the hard drinkers. But it's starting to get a little rowdy, with some of the dignitaries here having turned in, and their entourages of mercs and guardsmen and attendants now sort of letting loose. As you make your way out the back exit,
could I ask Toblin if I could get like a pony keg or two to bring with me, if there's any available?
Aye, of course. We're a little short, but I can fix you up with something. He sends you out with a small keg of ale, just big enough it'll fit under your arm.
How much? Like I'll pay for it.
What do you want? Gallons or?
No, I meant like how much in terms of money. Like I'll pay for it.
No, look, you see, Rogar, your friend, and well, I'll just say it, you're townsfolk like us. I know you haven't been around much, but you've more than earned your keep here. That you've gone on to bigger things. I know you swing a sword. I know you've fallen in with those folk, and are doing good things with them. It means a lot that you come back here and help us in the kitchen, even so. This is my way of saying thanks.
I appreciate the offer.
Don't give it away.
I won't.
It's best shared with friends.
I intend to do so.
Then it's definitely on the house.
Then I will head to the barracks.
All right. You arrive at the former Sleeping Giant Inn, finding the rest of your party there waiting for you. I imagine they've pulled some chairs out and are relaxing. There are, if any of you've gone upstairs to have a look around, there are 2 rooms that are obviously unoccupied and kept for visitors, guests, etc. Possibly in addition to the one that Gundren's occupying. You find very simple cots, 3 per room, and you can use them if you wish, or find other lodgings, but they are yours to stay in if you'd like. And as you're having a look around, Rogar shows up.
He's escaped.
I have. A little hectic.
Anything
that
interesting
picture-
happen down there?
I didn't really get a chance to hear too much other than just the normal drunken rowdiness, unfortunately. Did I miss anything here?
No, we didn't want to start without you. Gundren's made a bit of an offer.
Oh, so he is in town. Okay.
Yes, he's asked us not to tell anyone. So she'll go ahead and fill him in on what Gundren's requesting.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if we're dealing with undead, it is a shame that we don't have Deebs with us. But is there maybe someone else we could bring with us that could do the same thing? Might make things a bit easier.
The only
Yeah.
other cleric I've seen in town is Gariel, and I don't believe she'd come to help us.
And I'm sure we could probably handle it on our own, but what about that half-orc that we brought with us back from Ponyberry? Do you think he might still be in town?
I'm pretty sure that Noro left him with the blacksmith. Or oh boy, Noro, wasn't he working on something for you?
The axe.
Yeah, he was working on the axe.
That axe wasn't done before we left previously, right?
No, I'm trying to remember what the heck he was doing with the axe or the remains that were strapped to it. Noro had...
He was trying to reverse the effect where it took health from you to deal necrotic
right.
damage.
That's right.
Nora wanted to make it so it drains health from the enemy, I think.
Yeah, so I thought he was studying that.
Yeah, that's right. You'd left him and actually it was him and Lenine who were going to work together on concocting some sort of reversal of the enchantment, or at least to see if it was possible.
But I don't know if the rest of us knew that Nora had planned on doing that.
No, I don't.
No,
think
he
so.
didn't tell any of us.
Just trying to remember where the heck you left Kern when you guys left.
He was with
Possibly at
Lenine and
Lenine's.
they were going to work on it.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess we could always go and ask him to see if he wants to join us, but I'm
Right.
not even sure if he's.
Do
I
we
don't know
need-
if the blacksmith was putting him up or what.
So we are in agreement that everyone here would want to go help Gundren with the mine?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, then next we should talk about the price.
Oh.
What price do you suggest, Scribble?
He said 10. This letter mentioned 60.
It's strange that there's a letter inviting all of these people and that he didn't write it. What
That
would
is strange.
What would someone else gain from inviting all these people?
Maybe potentially making a bigger offer than all of them? Or
To drive price up?
yeah.
Or,
I mean
yeah, drive price down.
Or, yeah.
But he offered us 10. So, I mean, that would be his first offer. So Scribble would immediately think that he should ask for more.
Well, what did the rest of you think about that?
Well, Lunalia's opinion is that no one can own the earth. She's willing to go and help because there's undead there that need to be cleaned out. And she wouldn't mind seeing these mines.
He's a rock seeker, brother, so Rogar, Jesus Christ. Rogar wouldn't mind doing it for free because they've helped him kind of survive for a while.
Scribble, that 10%'s getting a lot bigger as people claim they do it for free. What's Noro think?
I just want to bash some skulls.
Some actual skulls.
Actual skull. I got heebie-jeebies dealing with those guys, so it'll be easy to go after them.
But would you be okay entering a mine full of dead things, Noro?
I mean, it's just not a graveyard, that's all.
That we know of.
Well, thanks a lot. Now I don't want to go.
We don't know what they've stumbled upon.
True. Noro's not business savvy.
I mean, Noro, if you really want to think about it, it's not a graveyard, and even if it was, you're helping put the spirits back to rest. You're not really disturbing them.
Noro's in thought. Confused.
You're doing the dead a favor.
Maybe a good point. Too scared.
I am willing to let Scribble do all of our financial negotiating.
I'm okay with that.
Gundren seemed like a business person,
Yeah.
doing it completely for money, especially going all the way back to whenever he was so interested in Noro's map.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like he is. You've always gotten the feeling from him that he is willing to pay a price. That he never expects anybody to do anything for free, and he's always willing to offer at least something. It may not be a great deal, but he's always willing to pay something. Everything's worth something to him.
That son of a bitch.
And while he can't
I think
afford
we
to
should
pay you
ask for
up front-
20.
All right. Mm-hmm.
If you think that that's a good price, then I say we do it.
And not just because he's offering, he offered 10, so he would probably offer anybody 10. But with everything we've helped him out with and gotten him here to the point,
Alive. Yeah.
but at the same time, so meta, what is this income that would continue to flow to us throughout the?
He wasn't clear, but when he says a percentage stake in the mine, it's perpetual. He means whatever we find. So you would know enough about their expedition to know that their intent was to find the mine and to reopen it and to sell the ore from it, operate it as a business. A 10% stake means that you would be entitled to 10% of the profits perpetually. So you'd be
Okay, that's just what it is.
It's a share. You'd be a part owner of the mine. It's like when production companies pay actors little upfront, but they pay them in
A royalty from sales.
yeah,
or something.
they 20% of the profits if we make a profit, right? And it's a bit of a gamble, but it's what he can do. They're basically selling you a piece of the business instead of paying you up front. And part of that is because he's low on funds, and part of that is because he respects the work you're about to do.
We could also use those shares as a potential bargaining chip later on if we find someone who was already interested in the mines, and we need a favor from them or something.
Right.
Or just nodding his head.
Oh, Rogar with a solid idea. So, having discussed it, what are your next steps? It is late.
We have an ale and go to bed.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think first thing in the morning we bring the new offer to Gundren.
All right. You find yourselves. I guess if you're gonna have an ale and go to bed, that means you're uncorking the pony keg that Rogar has brought back with him.
Yes.
As you're enjoying a nightcap, there is a shuffle by the front door, and those of you who hear it turn and see Kurt standing there. Hi. Birdman.
Yes?
Hallie wants to see you.
Just him?
He looks at you and his eyes narrow, and there's something there that doesn't fit Kurt. She didn't say.
Insight check.
Do it.
That's not Kurt.
Yes!
That's not Kurt.
Would it be alright if just one of us happened to come along with Scribble?
He shrugs, and the look on his face is impassive. Suddenly emotionless. And he just turns and walks out.
Just turn to the rest of the group. That's not Kurt.
I think we might know who that is.
Yeah, keep in mind Rogar doesn't know about the doppelganger at all.
No, but there was just it. This guy didn't act. It was his face, but he didn't act like him really at all. The voice was mostly there, but the way that he looked at Lunalia, the way that his sort of facade suddenly changed, yeah, it didn't feel right. If it's Kurt, there's something wrong.
Well, Scribble, if you want to go alone, you can, but if you want to take someone with you, then I guess you get to pick.
I think we should all go.
If Hallie is sent for just one person, it would probably draw a bigger crowd than she would hope for. I mean, so on his insight check, would the rest of us, or just him, know that wasn't Kurt?
I mean, just him, but he basically said it right after Kurt left.
Okay.
What if we go as well, but we don't make it that obvious, but we're following Scribble and let Scribble come in, and then we kind of like, I guess, perch outside, like somewhere within distance. And just
Noro
kinda,
sneak.
yeah,
How
sneak-
many of us know that she has the doppelganger working for her now?
You and Noro, I think you guys were there when
Well, that's what I
no,
thought.
Scribble basically offered to send him to her.
Yeah.
The last time Noro and I visited her, she was anxious and worried about an individual who was there.
Oh, right.
The southern gentleman.
Right, you mentioned him before. What was it that he wanted? Did he say?
He didn't say.
No, he just said he would come back another time. Something like it's like she owed him something was all we knew. Like we don't. That was the feeling we got after their conversation. Like there's a debt to pay, and she hasn't paid it.
Well, it is late, and if all of us were to go, that would draw a lot of unwanted attention. Oh, who'd we lose?
Not me. I'm here.
Oh, we lost Lucid.
Yeah, he's typing in roll 20. See what he's gonna say. Oh no. Oh, we'll give him a bit to come back.
Welcome
there
back.
he is.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
So yeah, I don't believe all of us should go. But I don't think just Scribble on his own should go, just because of the unknown.
Agreed.
Could follow.
Pardon me?
So you guys could come and follow, but it sounds like she would want to speak with just me.
Right. I mean, I could follow in another form.
Oh,
Something
yeah.
that would go unnoticed.
Why not pretend to be his familiar?
Because I don't have one.
We all know what happened last time somebody tried to give Scribble a pet.
But, but you're like a magic dude, right? So like, it would be like common to see a familiar with a magic dude. And make it like a bird in a cage or something. I don't know, and make it sing.
Maybe to a stranger.
I don't think that's the way it works, Norl.
I think following would probably
Yeah,
be the
following.
safest bet.
Yes, lots of listening checks.
So perhaps someone with a high perception should follow.
Linalia. I have sneaky feet.
A high perception and maybe a high sneak. Or a combination of the two. Meaning,
Well,
I'm gonna stay here and drink.
Funny thing is, that would be I think that would be Scribble.
I mean,
I will
yeah,
follow myself.
yeah, I can go and follow with Scribble, either in a form or cast Pass Without a Trace on myself or something.
Can't you be like a flea in his feather?
Yeah, I mean, she could turn into a mouse or just about anything,
Yeah.
right? And go
I like that.
undetected. Spider on the wall, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But before you follow me, I just want to know, you're following because you don't trust me or because you're worried?
I'd say
No,
worried.
I trust you. I don't trust Halia.
I trust her. So if she's sent for me, I think it'll be fine. But like I said, you can follow, but I believe she would want to just speak with me.
I'm just going to follow in most likely a cat form and just stay outside, within earshot. Maybe up on the eaves or something. Just in case. If she's worried about something, it's something that we should maybe be worried about as well.
We also did just get jumped by Drow, like, the other night. So that is
True.
still something that I'm a little worried about. But I think me and Nora will stay here and probably drink until we pass out.
Okay. So the two big boys are going to stay back and drink. Scribble's going to go to see Halia, and Lunalia is going to follow a distance back, or perhaps in an animal form.
Yes.
All right. Scribble, how are you making your way to see Halia? Are you going to sneak there, or are you just going to walk down the street? Walk in the front door?
I don't know if I would necessarily sneak, but I would, try to, just be unnoticed or act, kind of normal.
Okay.
Not strutting down with making all kinds of noise and celebrating anything.
Go ahead and make a
Not the
stealth.
Deep's way.
Yeah. I'm a bodyguard! Make a stealth check. Not really because you're sneaking, but just more to sort of hide your obvious intent. Maybe you walk down the street nonchalantly, and as you walk past Townmaster's Hall, you just kind of happen to wander in. And Lunalia, how are you following?
I'm gonna give him like a 5-minute head start,
Okay.
and then I'm just looking at perception of the animal forms. You know what? I think I'm just gonna cast Pass Without a Trace on myself.
Mm-hmm.
And once I see him, because I'm assuming that he's going to the Miners' Exchange. Once I see him go inside, I'm gonna stay, like 50 feet back. When I see him go inside, I'll cast Pass Without a Trace and move up close to the building.
All right, go ahead and make a stealth check for that. Scribble, you walk in, stepping somewhat quietly. There is the flicker of lamplight from Halia's office. You hear nothing. And then you hear her voice. You received my... Huh?
I'm casting Invisibility, not Pass Without a Trace.
Okay. And where are you going with that? Inside or standing
No,
outside?
I don't want to go inside. I want to go right up alongside the building and find either a window to listen at, to see if I can hear voices or see anyone else coming in or out of the building.
Okay. Scribble, as you enter the building, you approach her office where the flicker of lamplight reflects off the wall in the hallway. You hear her voice. Ah. Good. You got my message. Please come in. As you enter the room, you see Halia sitting behind the desk. Her hair is not done up so nicely as you've seen. She's dressed rather plainly. Looks like she hasn't slept well in a few days. Shut the door behind you, please. And have a seat. We need to talk.
What is it?
I have a problem. A couple, actually. And I'm ashamed to come to you for help. But I'm not sure who else to trust. The friend you sent me, the doppelganger, I don't trust him. Which is why I'm trusting you. The man you met, Silas, the red-skinned tiefling. There's a look on her face that says she doesn't really believe that word. I owe him a great debt, and he's come calling it due. There is
What's
a
the
man,
debt?
There's a man here staying at the inn. His name is Hammond Sam. He represents a joint venture of several noble houses of Dralamar. He's well known in circles I used to travel in. Silas has ordered him killed, and he wants me to do it. Or at least to make it happen. The problem I have is... She looks around the room. I rather like the life that I've found for myself here. It's honest work. I'm good at it. I've earned the respect of people around me. And I've managed to get by without cheating anyone out of anything or lying to anyone in some time. Now, that's not
I
to
insight
say...
check that.
Yeah, absolutely. She says that's not to say... she seems to be telling the truth. There is a raw honesty in her words. You're uncertain if she's an incredibly good actor or if this is truth, but there's an earnestness in her voice that seems to convey truth. Don't get me wrong, my friend. I still have ears everywhere. I still collect secrets and trade in favors, but the majority of the work I do is honest and noble. I like what I do, and I like being trusted. For Silas to ask me to do something so heinous is beyond anything I've done before, but I can't turn him down. I owe him too much. And when he calls a debt due, you pay it. There is one more problem, and it's that the man I'm to kill is the man responsible for putting my father in prison. There's no way this happens in this town with me in this position where it doesn't reflect poorly upon me. Even if someone unrelated to me were to do it, I would be implicated. I fear that Silas knows this and has backed me into a corner. I don't know what to do. I can't trust Viz. I can't trust Ulrich with this dark information. I'm asking you for help. And I know you don't owe me anything. I will find a way to make it worth your while. I'm not asking you to kill him. Or if you did, I would ask that you do it somewhere other than here. But if you have another idea, I would love to hear it.
So what is the debt that you owe?
Well, you see, this Silas fellow trades favors and people. He finds two people with dissimilar problems and finds interesting ways for them to help each other solve those problems. To make a long story short, he's responsible for me coming here, for my success, at least with the miners' exchange, for getting me out of Dralamar, for elevating me from the station of a simple shopkeeper's assistant and putting me back into something work a little more noble than I was in before. My family fell on hard times after my father was imprisoned, and, well, Silas came to me offering help, and help he gave. And this is the price for that help. He gave me contacts, knowledge, funding. He saw something in me, talent for not so honest work. And I've done a few things for him, but certainly nothing that he would consider would repay the debt I've accrued. That man must die, or I'm afraid I will face dire consequences. I can make it worth your while. I can pay anything you ask within reason. For you to make this problem go away, for you to help me however you can. But I need an answer soon. I'm expected to do something within days. I think he was brought here for the slaughter. And I think these others that were brought here are a cover for that. Linalia, make a perception check. You find a window to this office. It is shut. And invisible outside the window, you listen very closely and pick up the majority of what she's saying.
While I'm outside, after hearing most of that, can she do a walk around the building very quietly to see if there's anybody else listening or watching the building?
Yeah, you could make a stealth check with advantage because you're invisible. And just make another perception check as you...
Ooh!
Wow.
Mm.
Wow.
Step in a bucket.
Well, the rain that's been pouring down all day, unfortunately makes for some very, very wet and muddy grass about the building. You find unfortunately, your foot on its own finds a rather slippery spot, and anyone about might hear a splash.
Okay. But I don't see anyone else, or...
Well, I need that other perception check.
Oh, okay. God damn it.
It's late. There is still a bit of a hushed din from the bar across the way. You see one cloaked individual pass by, hood up and head down, against the rain. Nothing else. You don't see anyone else hiding under eaves and watching. No glimmer of torchlight in eyes pointed your way. It seems quiet. Meanwhile, back inside, there's a nervous silence from Halia as Scribble mulls over what she said.
So what other solution could there be than this man being killed?
I don't know. You don't know what kind of man Silas is. When he asks for something, it's not a question. And failing, well, I doubt he tolerates failure.
Do you know why he may want this particular man killed?
I don't. Hammond is, well, I can't say. He took my father's job after he was imprisoned as the Master of Coin for Drelamo's council for a few years, but he's since moved into private work. He represents a group of investors now. I imagine he's here to make a bid for the dwarves' mine. Well, at least that's one reason why he might have come. That's why many others are here. Heard something about Gundren writing a letter to investors welcoming them to come make their bids in person. It's not like him to do such a thing.
And why not just warn him that Silas has asked for him to be killed?
Silas has ears everywhere. I'm not the only one who owes him a favor. There are others. I'm not sure who in this town, but he has others in his pockets.
Does Silas work for himself or an organization?
I've tried over the years to learn more about his work, his connections. All my attempts have been met with failure. He's a tough one to track. Secretive, he shows up unannounced. Reveals few of his colleagues. His power has been growing. His influence has grown. Since I first met him to now. The number of people who know of him, the number of people I've met who've heard of him, who've interacted with him, who have received offers of help from him has increased tenfold. I believe he's building towards something. He's building a network. He's building an organization. But I've not been able to uncover much. All I really know is he's dangerous, and I owe him more than I'd like.
If you do this, will it repay your debt, or will he just ask for more?
You see, that's the thing about him. He never really tells you when you're done owing him. And I'm beginning to think I can never repay what he's done for me. I think that's the point. He owns me. All of this, all of my success is thanks to him. And he will constantly remind me that it is by asking for these favors. I shudder to think what he'll ask for next.
I will think about your situation and see if there's a way that I can help.
Not to rush you, but soon, please. And again, I am not asking you to do the worst. I am just asking you for an idea. For something. I would much rather be in your debt than his. You and your friends seem capable. I'm sure there's something you'll come up with.
I'll do what I can.
Thank you for coming to see me. Well, while you're here, is there anything I can do for you? Do you need anything? Information? Tools? Care to borrow Doppelganger for a day or two? He's quite capable.
He was a little suspicious earlier, pretending to be Kurt.
I have a feeling he does what he wishes, when he wishes, and follows orders only as far as they entertain him. But he's been a useful tool so far. I also, and I warn you of this, don't think he's entirely left the employee of his former master. I believe he's still working for the Black Spider. Perhaps not as closely as before. But I have my suspicions.
Have you heard anything of the Black Spider since the last time we left town?
I haven't. Surprised, actually. And Viz won't say anything, although I don't think they're on as good of terms as they used to be.
Well, if you need it, his sister's dead.
Well then.
A smile spreads across her face. You always bring me the most interesting trinkets. Well, that is certainly good to know. I'm sure I'll find some use for that. Unless you'd like me to do something with that information.
Not that I can think of right now.
All right. Well, I'll hold on to that. It might come in useful in the future. Scribble, thank you. It's always good to see you, my friend. And do come back soon, please.
Stay well, and I'll see what I can do about your problem, if anything.
She goes back to reading a script that was on the table in front of her. As you leave the room, I'm guessing, Lunalia, maybe you didn't catch the tail end of the conversation, but you would have caught
No,
enough
she
of
was
it
busy slipping and sliding in the mud.
Too busy getting muddy.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, back at the inn, Noro and Rogar are cracking into the keg. A couple of the guardsmen come in, probably at the changing of the watch at midnight. There's a bit of chatter from them. They see the two of you. It's two fellows that you saw around town earlier, but that you don't recognize. One of them looks over at you two as they rack their weapons. Hi there.
Hello.
Friends of the boss?
I assume you mean Ulrich?
Hi.
Yes, we are. Well, my friends, two of them are out right now. Came to, I think, talk to him. I just came by with the ale. Yes, we are friends of Ulrich.
Right, well. Don't be causing any trouble. You won't
I
get
would
none
never.
From us.
Care for a drink? There should be some left, unless my Goliath friend has drank all of it.
We best not. He looks at his partner. He shakes his head. Yeah, we best not. Right. Night then. The two
Good
of
night.
them haul off to their rooms upstairs. A few minutes pass as the two of you continue drinking. The lantern light here has grown dim, with no one tending to the oil, and as the last flames flicker, and what little bit of light, dim light from outside filters through the windows, you see a shadow move as a figure steps forward. Stark white hair pulled into a ponytail, dark black skin. It is the drow that recently fell dead. Fierith, the Black Spider's sister, stands before you with a smile across her face.
Oh, man.
Wonderful.
Hmm.
And I think that's where we'll take a quick break.
Oh.
Oh.
Hmm.
Back in 5.
Yeah, sounds good.
Sounds good.
So, light dies down as the darkness of night creeps in. Two friends enjoy mugs of ale as a shadowy figure approaches, stepping into what little light remains. The face of a very familiar drow, a face lifeless not a day before. She looks down at the two of you, grinning from ear to ear. Well, what do you think? Impressive, no?
Depends on what you mean.
I mean, I think it's good enough to fool him.
Ah,
She looks at Noro. Hello. And then back at Rogar. You and I have not met properly. The face changes, and then the entire form changes, shifting into a creature with pale yellow eyes. Its form very ambiguous. Barely a mouth, no nose. Its flesh almost like melted smooth in appearance. Lumpy in places, like clay molded into a vaguely humanoid shape. Its voice changes into a very impassive monotone. I received word that she died.
Yes.
I heard you were there. Is this true?
Yes.
I see. And the madman killed her.
That is correct.
Make a deception check.
Please. Please, God.
please don't roll a 1.
Oh,
Oh, yes!
Oh!
Oh my God.
Throwing rocks when it counts. I see. You watched it happen.
Yeah.
I was told you did what you could to help, but you were too late.
We were also told to not interfere with drow, what's the word? To not meddle in their business. We didn't join in right away because we didn't want to interfere, but we decided to join in because we saw that they were on the losing side. Madrick is a fierce opponent, from what I was able to see.
Drenel, the drow soldier, found his way to me. Too afraid to go to Nesnar himself, he told me of what happened, although I did not believe him. I believe you. I have the difficult task before me of telling Nesnar myself of what happened. He will not be pleased. Or would you rather speak to him yourself? The choice is yours.
I don't think I can make another good deception check against him.
Well, the one is I mean, that stands. Yeah, I'm not.
I
gonna
meant
make
the
you roll
black
this.
spider.
Oh yeah.
No, I I know it's a difficult task, but I don't think it should come from us. If he's furious enough that even the drow that we tried letting get away to report back is afraid for his life, then I fear what he would do to us, just outsiders.
There's only two things Nezanar loves in this world. His cause and her. I shudder to think of what he will do when he learns of her fate. I do not wish to be the one to tell him. I fear not telling him puts me in a far worse predicament later. It was distasteful of that one to tell me of this news. But it's no matter. He no longer draws breath. Are you sure you don't want to tell Nesnar yourself, given that you were there and saw it happen? Tell him in your own words. No?
No,
What of you? And he looks at Noro. You could speak plainly in front of him. I know you don't fear him.
But I am foolish.
Fine. I suppose I will do my duty once again. Enjoy your drinks. And he turns and the form shifts again to that of Kurt.
that form is the one that you took it from still alive?
Oh, he's down at the pub. Probably face down in an ale right now. He's fine. Didn't interest me enough to toy with. And he walks out.
Rutger's just going to add a bit of oil. I'm sure there's an oil canister somewhere to just a couple of the lanterns.
Yeah. Immediately under the bar, you find a mid-sized cask of oil and top up the lantern again.
Just wait for like 10, 20 minutes. And then just sigh heavily.
I mean, you are holding her sword, or you have her sword.
It's just a sword. You have her ring.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true.
Well, like, how recognizable are those items?
Someone who was close to her, I mean, the Black Spider would definitely recognize the ring, or, you know what? I'm not certain. I don't know how specific, it may look like any other ring of spell storing. I'm not certain. But it is something she wore, and it is something that he loaded with spells for her. So, would the doppelganger notice those things? Maybe not. The sword isn't too fancy, and it's sheathed. Although the scabbard is a little different. It's of drow design. That might be something you want to
wouldn't
fix.
have kept the scabbard unless it can't fit in my normal one.
Well, we'll say between you and Noro, you would have you could find a way to make it fit. So, Scribble, as you leave Halia's office, Linalia outside, and the others back at the sleeping giant, is everybody off to bed this evening, or are we going to convene and have a quick chat?
I mean, once we get back to the sleeping giant, I guess we would fill them in on what we learned from Halia.
Like, would I have noticed her outside, or like, would she like running around being invisible in puddles? Like whenever I walked out.
It depends. Did she want to be noticed? Would she have?
I would have caught up with you some distance away, like not right outside the building.
Would there be any way for like me to tell? Like Scribble would have just assumed, kind of, that she would have tried to do something dumb, like go to the window and listen.
You can
Well,
make
yeah,
a...
no, she would have let you know, before we got there that that's what she's going to do is listen.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's fine then.
Yeah, she was going to listen and look to see if anyone else was listening.
Okay, then he would have just assumed that she would have tried to go up to a window and get us killed.
Yeah.
All right. So you two meet up, and then
head for the sleeping giant, I guess. Never mind, why am I so muddy?
So, you arrive back at the Sleeping Giant. There is a rather disturbed-looking Rogar, and I'm guessing Noro's probably not too bothered, given that he's got some ale in him, but I'll leave that up to you.
Help.
I also... Nora wasn't really there. Nora never saw her. He came in when there was just a burnt corpse on the ground.
That's true, actually.
Yeah, no,
And he was right.
I mean, he'd know who it was, right? Like, you guys would have talked it over afterwards or whatever. And I think he's seen her before. I'm sure he was in the room when she was there before she teleported out.
Yeah, he was there because he threw me at her.
Right.
Yeah.
That's right.
How can I forget?
So he would have definitely recognized the illusion. So as the party meets back up, is there anything you want to discuss before we go on to tomorrow? Your direction from here is your own. Tell me where you want to go and what you want to do.
So yeah, I mean, I would think that we would fill them in on what we heard.
All right.
Would it just be us in there?
Yeah, I mean, there are you hear snores from upstairs. There is a back room behind the bar. You guys could find a room here, that isn't quite so open, where you could have a private conversation and be sure nobody was, up the stairs and around the corner or sitting on the balcony above listening.
I think we would do that, or Scribble
Yeah.
would try to do that before we...
There's
Absolutely would.
if I remember the map, there's a pretty good sized storeroom behind the bar. Where there are some like big giant kegs and stuff, where you could go have a quiet conversation. Take the lantern in there with you and shut the door and just have a quiet chat.
Yeah, I'd say we would go in there.
And you find that it's been converted to somewhat of a storeroom. There are some weapons and some crates that have yet to be opened, and a few other things that are piled up in there. But there's enough room for you to all sit, stand, and have a chat. And so as you shut the door behind you, feel free to talk amongst yourselves. So you all catch up on the events.
A doppelganger showed up, looking like the female drow at Madrix Castle.
Oh, Bert?
I don't like that guy.
Don't really know if I could trust him, but he said that he would relay the information of her passing away to the Black Spider. And
She didn't pass away. She was killed.
yes. Apparently the drow that we let get away no longer draws breath.
Oh,
I think the doppelganger might have killed him. Or whatever he is.
Oh, I'm sure he would have.
I thought the doppelganger didn't want to go back to the spider.
He made that very clear. That he didn't want to go back. He kept asking if I wanted to do it instead.
No, I mean, even before that. That's why he agreed to stay in Halia's employ, I thought.
Well, maybe he has means of contacting him that we don't know of.
Well, remember Noro sold him the map after that, and he figured that might be enough to get back into his good graces.
Yeah, like his task was to get the map, so when he returned with the map,
all was well.
Right.
But it's somewhat obvious that he has enough time on his hands to, have come back here and also worked for Halia on and off. Or perhaps more for her than for the spider lately.
So I was right to be concerned, just wasn't expecting it to happen to us. What about your end? Find out anything interesting?
Yes. Halia needs a man killed. And I certainly hope that we're not going to entertain this idea.
here in town.
Some man staying at the inn.
Scribble, your recognition of the man earlier, your vague recollection of him from your past in Dralamar, clarified when she mentioned his name and talked a little about who he was. You're very certain of who he is now, and he is a fairly well-known figure in merchant and noble circles in the big city.
okay, so that was Ham and Sam.
Yeah, that's Ham and Sam. Sam with 2 M's.
Well, it's probably like Ham and like the guy off of Top Gear, and not Ham Ham and Sam, 2 different people.
Right.
Ham and
Sandwich.
Sam.
Ham sandwich.
Because that's what I thought. It was 2 dwarves with some fucked up nicknames.
That's what I
no, it was
thought.
me too.
He's kind of a tall, sort of bowl cut, creepy looking guy. He looks like Gabe from The Office.
Okay.
Sort of tall and creepy and awkward.
Maybe we will kill him after all.
It's my job as a DM to make, killable NPCs.
Yeah, but Lunalia is not down to kill this guy.
Halia does not appear to want him dead.
She's and from what she told you, she's worried that if anybody kills him here, it'll lead back to her because there's history between him and her family.
He was the one who put her father in jail.
But why does this other man want her to kill him? What is it that she owes that she has to take a life for it?
It didn't sound like much. It sounded like he was able to put her in a position to run the miners' exchange here in Vandalin.
That doesn't sound like enough to warrant taking someone else's life.
We also don't know what had to happen for that to happen.
True.
And I would have especially pointed out to Nora that this was the guy from earlier, or like that we met earlier, the Silas guy,
The
to
red
give him a
man.
more idea what we were dealing with.
Yeah. Just to remind you guys of what he looks like, because I haven't put any character art up for him yet. He's a thin mustache and goateed southern gentleman-looking red-skinned devil man. Short, pointed horns that protrude from his forehead, black, slicked-back hair. A thin mustache that curls up at the corners and a pointed goatee. Then he wears sort of a southern-looking gentleman's suit with like a ribbon tie.
Does he have a tail?
He does.
I mean, Lunalia's seen a decent amount of tieflings. I assume that that's what she thinks this guy is.
Mm-hmm. Most, there's no reason to not think he's a tiefling.
Okay.
If you were to just meet him on the street. Tieflings kind of come in all shapes and sizes and different skin colors and different lengths and number of horns. Some have tails, some don't.
Mm-hmm.
Some have, markings or spots on their skin. Others don't. It really depends on their heritage, on their infernal heritage, and the how much infernal blood is in them.
So are they usually bad people, or?
No.
Okay.
No,
What,
they're
tieflings?
They're kind of like Dragonborn. They're Dragonborn or Genasi or any of the other blooded races. They're basically somewhere generations ago in their lineage there was a devil, but that does not make them inherently evil. Just like most Genasi, like most let's say fire Genasi, somewhere in the past in their lineage was a djinn that bred with a human. Dragonborn are kind of the same way, although I'm not entirely sure if this is defined anywhere, but I think their lineage is somewhat older than other blooded races. But whereas like half orc has a parent who was an orc, a tiefling may not even be able to trace how many generations back a devil interbred in their lineage.
I'm pretty sure tiefling do have that stigma in some books of like being looked down upon because they're different.
Yeah,
Or
and in this world, not as much here as in perhaps other places, but there's a bit of a stigma. They kind of end up sort of falling into roguish professions, traveling merchants, and entertainers, and they sort of travel around like gypsies. They kind of stick to their own, but they're not looked upon as bad people. Maybe sometimes just a little less trustworthy. Swindlers and thieves, but not necessarily.
Because there's
villains.
always people like Deebs in the world.
Yeah.
You look like a devil, and you sold me some shady merchandise. Therefore,
And then he's like Tony Montana, like, you need people like me. I'm the bad guy.
exactly.
Well, in the Dungeon Mayhem card game for kids from D&D, the rogue is a tiefling, and he looks evil.
I'm pretty sure if we were to try and potentially do a favor for this guy, that we might be stuck in the same situation that she's in. Like if we, instead of just trying to off this guy, if we were to try and do a favor to, instead of offing him, we offer him a service or something, that we're stuck offering him a service.
Yeah, Lunalia is not willing to make a deal with somebody that she doesn't know to get somebody else that she barely knows out of a sticky situation.
I believe as long as we owe him nothing, we would be okay.
Right.
And it's probably not a good idea to speak with him about her problem.
Correct.
Right.
But I would like to help if possible.
Yes, if we can find a way of helping her that does not require us to kill somebody on her behalf, I would be willing to do that.
Do we try and find some dirt on this guy? Maybe not kill him, but have him sent away to prison or something?
The way he's described, he's not going to be someone who's going to be sent to prison.
No.
It sounds like he has many allies.
He sounds connected. If he can pull strings and get her, a position of some authority here, enough to call a debt due that requires taking a life, I don't think we'll be able to get him arrested.
Is he in town?
He was here the last time we were, and he had asked about us doing a job for him, if we saw him. We could look for him and see what that job was.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
My other thought is, would he go back to Dralamar? If he does, maybe we let Madrick know and give him a description, and then it's just out of our hands.
Why would we let Madrick know?
I imagine a businessman is probably looking to do business. Maybe he has a fair amount of goods with him. Someone that
We would owe him a favor for holding a certain gentleman hostage, in a way.
Giving him a heads up of a potential gig, I guess. Might convince him a bit more.
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
He's talking about having Madrick
Have
and his
Madrick
boys
kill
jump
him.
him on the road.
Jump
Just-
him, kill him, take his shit.
Yeah.
It's not on us then. We just let Madrick know, and then we just go.
And whatever happens, happens. I feel like
Yeah.
Rogar is going to be like a crime lord by the end of this campaign.
I don't want to be a crime lord, but so far, some of the things I've suggested.
Look, I just send a guy to a place and I tell another guy what's going down, and then things just sort themselves out. I don't know. I don't know what happened.
if he offered a job, maybe that can bring about an opportunity of getting him out of here.
Yes, perhaps that is all that we need. I think we need to have a discussion to find out what this offer is.
But at the same time, maybe we keep the Madriga idea as like a plan C.
Yes.
Scribble likes this plan.
Well, should we look for a red-skinned man then?
Maybe in the morning.
Redskin, I thought we were
Oh,
looking
yeah.
for...
I guess it's probably like 2 o'clock in the morning.
Well, we were going to talk to, or see if Silas had the job offer, and see what he was talking about.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
And then find a way to get the guy to go home to Dralamar.
I thought the job offer guy was the guy that we were supposed to kill, not Silas.
No, the job offer guy is Satan, Silas.
Got it. And his
It's Sam and Ham, or Ham and Sam.
Ham sandwich.
Sam I am. He's the one who's supposed to be killed.
right.
Yeah, I'm not sure which one Rogar was talking about. Getting
I was
mad
talking
at the
about
job.
Ham and Sam.
Okay.
I
you were
thought
talking
he
about-
had a job offer, but
thought you were talking about getting him to jump Silas on his way back.
Fuck
from-
no.
That's what I thought!
no, not son. No, you can't jump Satan.
Hey, no meta. You don't know who this guy is. He may be a different Silas the Red.
I thought his job. No, maybe we don't know. Yeah, I guess we can look for him tomorrow then.
Yeah, I thought that Silas had expressed interest in having your team escort him out to the Rockseeker mine to sort of get ahead of everyone else. To go talk to Gundren, at his camp, as opposed to sitting here in town waiting for him.
I don't.
Well,
did he,
he
ever
said we would
explain?
see him at the inn, and never it was hinted at, but never explicitly said.
Yeah. Okay, well that's what was in my head anyway. He was looking for you to. I thought I said something at least about him escorting you somewhere. You escorting him somewhere, but maybe I didn't go into too much detail because you guys already had other plans. As you wrap up for the evening to get some much needed rest after a long day of travel, and quite a bit of intrigue this evening, unexpectedly. I'm assuming between the the 2 rooms and the total of 6 cots between those rooms, you'll all either rest here, or maybe Lunalia goes out to the woods where she was before, by the pond or whatnot, or however you guys want to do it. There is enough sleeping space here for all of you comfortably, although it's Spartan accommodations. It is a what looks like a relatively safe place to stay.
Man, those cows and chickens are sure active at 1 a.m. though.
I don't have any night town ambience. Roll20 is just a horrible pain in the ass for finding anything good, and it basically I'm gonna have to rip some audio and plug it in. I'm really kind of thinking of getting rid of ambience entirely and just going to some sort of chill background music or something. Because it's from a DM's perspective, it's a pain in the butt to keep playing with the soundboard.
Yeah, I guess we can all just huddle up in one room or 2 rooms. Probably just one.
But you get the feeling it's safe enough here that you don't have to stand watch or anything.
Yeah.
Although there's some creepy people about, for sure. given that Lunalia doesn't sleep, it's important to me to know where she is staying, because she might notice things while she's awake in the middle of the night in her elvish trance.
She is going to make her way back out to the pond.
Okay. The other three are going to stay at the Sleeping Giant.
Yeah, I will.
I am.
All right. Well, that night, as I imagine, with some ale in them, Noro and Rogar are probably, out pretty quick. Scribble, you, I imagine, would sit up for a little bit and think about the events of the day and whatnot. You become aware, as you're beginning to drift off, of footsteps out in the hall. Slow footsteps, almost a shuffle. Very slow. You go over and open the door ever so slightly and peer out. You can see Gundren in the hallway, moving very slowly, just aimlessly shuffling, and there is a dull green glow in his eyes.
Oh, man.
And he's just aimlessly, slowly taking step after small step. He reaches the end of the hallway and just kind of stops. And his entire body sort of shudders once, and he looks around. What? Huh. Again. Weird. Just shakes his head and slowly makes his way back to his room. Shuts the door behind him. You can hear him sag heavily onto his cot. That's it.
He sleepwalks.
There's no way that that's just sleepwalking.
Nah, he's fine. It's just sleepwalking.
You know how difficult it is for things to have glowy eyes in this game. He had glowing green eyes.
This is true.
Wow.
Eyes are glowing? That must be bad.
He's shuffling like a zombie when he's not awake. Something got a powerful hold on him.
I think he has trouble sleeping.
I think anyone would have trouble sleeping if light was emanating from their eyes.
Yeah.
I can't turn it off. It's in my head.
I think when he loses consciousness, the undead part of him takes over.
Well, morning comes, and with it a new day. A soft rain, more sunlight filters through the cloud layer. The sky is bright but still cloudy. The ground is wet. There is a fresh smell of wet grass and foliage in the air. It's a nice spring rain. What does the party wish to do with themselves this fine Phandalin morning?
And again.
Probably go find Satan.
It's pronounced Satan.
Go pick up more provisions.
All right.
Yeah, we do need to stock up.
Well, off to Elmar's then. He greets whoever goes warmly.
Rogar will go.
And how many days worth of provisions would you like to stock up on? You've got...
Probably back up to 8.
all right. Yeah, you've got 3, so we'll put you back up at 8. And
Oh, we can hold 10?
you
I
can
think
hold...
we can hold 8 right now.
Yeah, it's 2 days worth of provisions per person.
Oh, that's right.
And an additional 2 if you have a mount. A pack animal can carry 6, and a wagon can carry 10 or more, depending on how much space you want to sacrifice.
That makes sense. For some reason, I was thinking it was 10, but I think that's because we had 5 people when you initially talked about it.
Yeah, and that's where I came up with it. I came up with the 10. The 5 gold per point is based on a 5-person party as well. But I'm
So
3 to 6 people. I'm just calling it 5 gold. So if you bought
5
5,
packs?
it's 5 25 gold. You could each drop.
no, I'll just do it.
So go ahead and mark off 25 gold, and I've already upped
Yep.
the provision points on the main map back up to 8. So just a meta reminder here that RF will be joining us next week, and him and I have already talked about how his character will make an appearance, and I can, given where we're at right now, I can fit him in pretty much anywhere. Whether you stay in Phandalin until next week's episode, or whether you journey forth. So I'm not too concerned about that, and I'm feeling good about how to write him in and introduce him to you guys. Of course, it'll be up to the party to decide if he stays or goes, or that'll be interesting. You might have to suspend some disbelief and get a little meta to figure things out, but we'll hammer it out. We're at 3 hours, so start thinking about, well, not quite 3 hours. Start thinking about where we want to go by the end of this session. It, of course, always helps me to know what your direction is, so I can plan for next week.
Well, I mean, the plan was to go and figure out what exactly it is that Silas wants, right?
Right.
What his job offer is.
Right. So, how are you going to go find him?
How did we find him previously, or did he find us?
Scribble and Nora walked into Halia's office, and he was sitting there.
Oh,
Okay,
right.
yeah.
Did he say where he could be found? He said at the inn, didn't he?
He said at the inn. You definitely didn't see him last night, but that doesn't mean he's not there.
Let's go to the inn and ask.
All right, so you all pack up your stuff and head to the inn. Toblin Stonehill is up bright and early, and looks like he actually got a good night's rest, maybe thanks to Rogar's fine fortifying meal. He greets you all. Morning. What can I do for you fine folk? Hope you're not looking for rooms. We're still full up. More than even. I've found a couple of barns for folk to stay in who showed up late.
Do you happen to have a guest staying here? A red-skinned tiefling man.
Oh, aye. He's not staying here. He's down around the corner at Harbin Wester's place. Nobody's seen Harbin for a few weeks now. And looks like he up and left, abandoned his home. So, well, we put him up there. With Ulrich's blessing, of course. It was Halia's suggestion, actually. If,
Well, that was easy.
if he's asked you to look in on him, I'm sure he wouldn't mind a knock at the door. Just feel free to tell him I sent you that way. He said folk might be inquiring after him.
I guess head down to that place then.
So, just down past Townmaster's Hall, you find Harbin Wester's surprisingly humble home. A small stone building with a thatched roof. Fallen into a bit of a state of disrepair, but the door still sits on its hinges and the windows are shuttered closed. There is no real sign that anybody's here. There's no glow of light from within. No smoke curls from the chimney. What do you wish to do?
On the way there, I would just kind of remind the party not to ask for anything from him. Just do not want to get in any way in debt to him.
Yeah, we don't want to have to owe him anything.
Yeah, you guys are treating this guy like, devil down at the crossroads or something, which he most certainly is not.
I guess Rogar will just knock on the door then, after Scribble says that.
Well, you knock at the door and you wait about 20 seconds or so. The door opens. You see the red-skinned man standing there. But behind him is not the interior of the home you would expect. A short hallway, tall arched stone ceilings, marble columns opens up into a large foyer behind him. A huge, beautiful chandelier of crystal and glass with hundreds of candles all over it, flickering, shines beams of rainbow light about the room. Velvet on the walls and a thick, beautiful velour carpet across the floor. There are tapestries that depict ancient battles hung all about. A massive opulent space that can impossibly somehow is fit into this small stone building. Well, good morning. I must say I've been looking forward to you folks showing up at my door.
I like what you've done with the place.
Well, it's a little trinket I picked up some time ago. Well, would you folk like to come in, or shall we have a proper meal down at the inn?
You had suggested you may have some work or a favor you needed from us?
Well, fine. We'll have this conversation right here in my doorway, then. Yes, well, my friend Miss Thornton tells me that you folk know the whereabouts of Mr. Gunvin Rockseeker. More specifically, the whereabouts of his camp. I was hoping to hire all of y'all to take me there, so I might have a private chat with him in advance of all of these other folk who have come to see him. It's quite unfortunate how many have gathered here. I'd like to make him a private offer, one that I don't think he'll be able to refuse, in advance of all the rest. Cut to the chase and just give him the best he could possibly get. What say ye?
If you wanted to write that down, we could happily take the offer to him.
Well, while I appreciate your offer to courier my letter, there are a few finer points of negotiation that must be done face to face. I'd like to look a man in the eye when I make a deal with him and shake his hand. I'm sure Mr. Rockseeker feels the same. Conversely, if he doesn't want unexpected guests at his camp, I would be agreeable to meeting him at a predetermined location, one that is relatively safe and away from the hustle and bustle of all of what goes on around here. If you could arrange that, I would be more than pleased. One might say I might even be in your debt, although I would like to settle that with whatever coin you see is fair.
What would you consider this task worth?
Well, my fine feathered friend, I would appreciate if you put a price tag on it. I guarantee you I will not say no.
You guarantee, you say?
Why, yes, my word is my bond.
Oh no.
trust him. I don't trust him.
And we could set the price.
Well, I said I wouldn't say no. I didn't say I would say yes either, my dear. But yes, set price. Let's have it. And just to be clear, the coin is payable on delivery, and that delivery is one dwarf by the name of Gundren Rockseeker to me in a location of his choosing for a conversation private between me and him alone, undisturbed, for at least 1 hour.
We would need to make sure that we can contact Gundren to let him know about this potential deal.
Why, of course. I merely meant to set out on this journey immediately. I understand it may take some time to reach him, take some time for you to communicate with him. Just wanted to get my foot in the door before, well, if you've been to the inn, and I'm sure you have, I'd like to get a jump on the competition. Rowdy bunch that they are.
Would Rogar know about the letter that Gundren mentioned? Like, would the rest of the party have mentioned the 60% mentioned in the letter?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, were you there for that?
No, I was still working at the end.
Oh,
I
no,
came
yeah.
back when Gundren went away.
I mean, I'm kind of going with my standard assumption that, you know, by the end of the day, you guys have caught up on anything, and I leave it to you to tell me if there's something you don't tell the rest of the party.
Right, that's fair.
Right.
Basically,
No, I think an explanation of why the inn was so busy would probably be something we would have commented on.
Yeah.
So yeah, Rogar would just mention. Your business proposition or deal that you want to talk to Gundren with wouldn't happen to be about this letter, would it? The one saying he's willing to part with 60% of the profit of all things that are sold from the mines?
60%? Oh, heavens me. Mr. Rockseeker's a more intelligent fellow than that. That must be some sort of prank. Cannot imagine who would have written that. He looks about with a devilish grin.
Insight check.
I mean, I kind of just told you that he wrote it.
Fair enough, but still.
Do it.
Yep, I believe him.
You're like, nope, I don't believe him.
You're like, yeah, we don't know who wrote it either.
Yeah, he mentioned that he didn't write the letter, so I just wanted to bring that up in case that's what you were hoping to negotiate.
Well, you see, it's an interesting thing. When one sends out a letter such as that, one gets to see who's interested. It's a fine thing to have all these folk gathered in one place. See who my competition really is. What they're up to. What kind of folk I'm dealing with. A letter like that is a handy thing.
Makes sense. Would we be able to come back to you if once we bring the details to Gundren?
Let us try to track him down first, and then we'll... Now that we know where he's staying.
Yes, if you plan on being here for some time, once we locate Gundren, we can bring this offer to him and then get back to you.
Alright. Who's going to make that deception check? I made my insight check.
I can make it.
Yeah, let's have Scribble do it. Let's not have Lunalia do it.
Oh no.
Whether or not it's gonna work.
Oh, yes!
Wow.
That's not bad.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, your deception is +6. Mine is -1.
No,
mine's-
because I don't have a proper stat block for this fine gentleman. I am gonna go to the monsters manual real quick and see what his insight bonus is, because I just rolled a straight d20. But I do know what he is. I think.
So, not a tiefling then. Thanks.
I mean, anybody could be anything. I thought we established that.
Bet you he's a doppelganger.
You think everybody's a doppelganger now?
Mhm. And what's her face is fooling us. The bird just wants to get her in bed.
Do what?
Scribble just wants to get in bed.
With Alia?
You trust her.
How in the living shit does this guy have such a high deception but no insight? Yeah, so that's going to be a straight wisdom check then. Interesting. All right. Seemingly content with your response, he says, "Well, you all know where to find me. Feel free to come a knocking anytime you wish, day or night. I don't sleep much, and I'm very much looking forward to what you have to say, or rather what our friend Gundren has to say. So, let me know when you know. I look forward to seeing you soon."
So, I have a question before we go. If you did not receive one of the letters from Gundren offering 60%, how did you learn of the mine opening?
He smiles broadly, and there's a bit of a twinkle in his eye. "My dear, I know a great many things. I'm informed by a great many people. It is my business to know other people's business." Any more than that would be giving away secrets of the trade. But if you did want a closer look at my operation, we can talk.
No, that's quite all right.
Hmm.
I was just curious.
All right then.
Well, I guess we'll get back to you once we've tracked Gundren down.
Very well. I look forward to hearing what he has to say. Y'all have a lovely afternoon now. As he shuts the door, there's a brief shimmer of light around the edges of the door frame. And the echo of the door shutting throughout the building beyond changes suddenly from an echo down a long corridor to just the sound of a wooden door shutting against a stone building.
I don't like that man.
Why not?
So nice.
Still outside of his door.
He's got a nice house.
He does have a nice house.
He's been kind.
Well,
He seems slimy.
Scribble, that was a great deception check. I mean, wow, couple of great deception checks back to back from Rogar and Scribble.
We're
You
these
know-
good liars.
You know,
We learn from Deebs.
Lunalia saying that they seem slimy when your skin is almost permanently wet to the touch.
She's not slimy, she's just damp.
She's
Go on.
yeah,
Watch it.
yeah. Green moss is slimy.
He reminds me of horse traders back from where I come from. Trying to swindle people, sweet talking them, while, having underhanded business practices.
What are you saying about Rodrigo?
Not Rodrigo, but she's been to, anytime the big, I can't remember what it's called when it rolls through, the massive horse market where everyone comes from all over.
So we've got choices.
Yeah, we do. Let's see. Gundren needs help himself.
Yeah, and I mean, that seems like a very head-on problem, That's go in, kill a bunch of stuff.
You guys could literally just grab Gundren and get the fuck out of town and leave all of us behind you. Is the easiest thing. Leave Halia high and dry and leave everybody at the inn to, eventually get bored and go home, or to, go nuts trying to find this dwarf who's, up in the hills.
Do we maybe want to help Gundren with the mine first, get our end of the deal done, and then talk to him about this potential buyer, so then it doesn't really influence our deal? Or
I think we're looking at there not being a deal if we work with this guy and give him to Gundren.
There is no way we can give Gundren's location or information to this guy. I have no problem filling Gundren in on what this guy has done. For example, sending out a letter to all of his competitors. This guy is shady as shit, and he wants to cut a deal with you, and we think it's bad news. Stay away from him.
Yeah, especially he gave himself away when he wrote that letter.
Well, yeah.
Manipulating the entire population of merchants that came here for a deal.
Yeah.
Well, that should show you how powerful he could be, I would think.
He didn't outright say it, but
right.
It was a silent admission, right? He was pretty damn proud of it. He was beaming.
Yeah.
It's a power move.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But at the same time, Gundren kind of admitted that he's not in a good financial spot.
Well, I think once the mine is cleared and can start operating, and is a producing mine, the money will start.
This overextended offer that looks like it's from him puts him in a really bad spot, though, because now none of these people who he may have been considering in the past as business partners, they're not going to want to take any less than what he supposedly offered, right? Which puts him in a tight spot. Maybe it's hey, everybody else wants the 60%. It doesn't matter that you didn't write the letter. They all want 60% now. I'll come in at 50. Hell, I'll even leave you controlling interest. I'll come in at 49%. That's a deal. How do you say no to that, right?
Yeah.
Look, I'm willing to be reasonable. These other guys want 60. Partner with me for less. So, like you said, it was also a ploy to flush out the competition to see who he's up against, to see who bites, and maybe to put them all in one place for something more nefarious.
Or he cuts us in at 20%. He puts somebody else on it to manage it in our absence.
Yeah. For
a small cut.
I mean, you guys have some gold between you too, so that's a possible bargaining chip in getting a little more percentage. We'll hook you up with a couple thousand gold to keep you guys going, and you give us, I can't as a DM, I can't tell you how much a percentage cut in a mine is, because the dwarves don't know how much ore is in there,
right,
or how long it'll take to get it set up and operational, or how much profit it'll bring in. I can tell you as a DM that I will not screw you guys, and when I say that something will be profitable, it will be. It'll
right.
It'll you helping him and buying in, just like you going after, a monster. if you succeed, you will get paid. This is no different than any other job or monster hunt or anything else. It's, you know.
Well, I think knowing what we know, we should help Gundren offer some financial assistance on top of that before he gets offered. Because if he's desperate now,
Yeah.
and we simply just bring Gundren is going to take it.
Yeah.
But if we help him, we can get a leg up on not only a higher percentage, but we can put our money to work too, and get this sleazeball out of Phandalin, which Deeves is working really hard to build up.
Exactly.
So what Scribble heard during that conversation was that this guy has made an offer for any price that we ask.
Yeah. Lunalia's thinking is we ask that you leave, you drop Halia's debt, you leave town, and you don't come back.
Well, that's where like Scribble was thinking the price could be Halia's dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At the same time, that is giving this guy Gundren and the mine,
Yeah.
which Scribble's fine with.
Mhm. I still think we should help try and clear out the mine first and help Gundren kind of set up shop first before like committing to the whole go talk to the southern gentleman, because then that could just blow over.
Yeah.
Also, it'll give him a good idea of how much ore is in there.
I think we need to help Gundren now with some financial aid to get him through for the next little bit before we tell him about the offer.
But that would be more work and draw out the losing of the mine completely, which is what it sounds like this is going to be. Decisions, consequences, as Poker may have said.
Yeah.
Well, that's the episode title, but there's a question
You
mark at the end,
foreshadowing bastard.
which is
Lunalia wants to look for her information broker friend.
Good old Severin Thrace. Is that what his name really is? I don't know. I do know.
Alright, if you want to go find him, Noro could potentially lead Rogar to Karn. Talk to him about maybe coming along with us as a cleric. Because Meta, he mentioned that he wanted to go to the graveyard to maybe help bash some skulls.
Right.
This is not a graveyard, but it is filled with undeath.
Right.
Practice.
Talk about practice.
Not a game. Yeah, okay. Lunalia's gonna go looking for Severin Thrace.
All right. I'm assuming you head to the inn to inquire about him?
Yes.
All right. Let's make a quick roll here to see... what has he been up to? Interesting. All single digits. I hate my dice. I hate my digital dice. They're the worst. But that's okay. This is about you guys having fun. You head over to the inn, and Toblin behind the bar says, "Oh, back so soon? Without your friends? Something I could do for you? Looking for a meal?"
No, I'm looking for a man.
All right,
She's gonna
well,
do a...
There's a few of them here, women too.
Trying to get married?
Someone in particular? Someone in particular?
Yes, she'll give the description.
Huh. Well, I haven't seen that one since yesterday. I suppose he's still around, but I wouldn't know where.
Do you know if he's staying here?
He's not. He's one of the ones who came late, and we were full up when he showed up. I had to turn him
God
away.
damn it. Whose sending stone do I have?
His.
The Genasi.
Oh no, yeah, you have the Genasi sending stone.
Right.
Yeah,
I did ask Thrace if I had a way to give me a way of contacting him, but he didn't.
Right. Yeah, because the last time you met him, I think he told you where you could find him in the next big city. You didn't have any other way of contacting him. Yeah. Okay. So, just make a I don't know. Let's make a insight check.
Insight. Okay.
Yeah. It's sort of like a oh, nice. Yeah, so I was reading about insight being used as sort of a social-based perception check. You know, gaining insight as to where somebody might be by asking around, right?
Right.
You know, it can be used as a perception check to realize something about people's, you know, the nature of people's behavior in general, that sort of, where might this person be? I'll make an insight check to see if I can think of a place they might frequent.
Right.
That's a great roll. You get an idea to check the Lion Shield, just kind of based on his appearance and the kind of type of person he is, what little you know of him. You think he might be the sort to maybe stop in there and strike up a conversation.
And hit on Noro's woman.
Yes. Or strike up a conversation with a local mage and, you know, and peddler of finer wares and learn about a little more about the people who've been through here.
He is a fancy boy.
Yes, yeah, quite. And so you do find him at the Lion Shield, you know, leaned against the counter, chit-chatting with Lenine. And as you walk in, her face turns 3 shades of red as she kind of steps back from the counter and smiles awkwardly. And Severin turns around and smiles. I didn't expect to see you here. Although, I hear the two of you have become friends.
Yes.
Are you here for her or me?
I need to speak with you.
He looks at her and... Sorry, my dear, I guess I'm needed elsewhere. Privately, or...
Preferably. Lenine, are you okay? Your face looks horribly flushed.
It turns a shade darker, and she just shakes her head and goes in back. You hear her from the back room. You two can talk here. I'll be elsewhere. Severin steps in a little closer. What is it?
I'm in need of a little information.
Right.
You know how everyone is in town, looking to get in on the newly opened mine.
Yes.
And I assume that you know most of the major players that are here, hoping to cash in.
Mm-hmm. Well, the fellow from Flane I'm not too familiar with, but I don't think there's much to see there.
Do you know that they were all sent a letter promising 60%?
Yes, I managed to get a copy of it.
It turns out Gundren didn't send that letter. It is a ploy by one of the interested parties. I'm not quite sure why, other than to have them, you know, foaming at the mouth to get at this mine, only for him to sweep in and come up with a better offer.
How much more do you know?
I might know more, but I'm hoping you might have information about this man. His name is Silas. He's a tiefling with a strange accent.
He shakes his head slowly. Not familiar with that name, although I'm a little behind on... Where'd you say he was from?
I don't know where he's from.
It'd help to know that. I'm a little behind on the nobles in the area and the circles they travel in. He's, you said he's a merchant of sorts, or a...
It's hard to say. He seems to me to be a deal maker of sorts.
Oh, one of those.
You know, can do things or procure things for people in exchange for a favor or something else in trade.
So he's a legitimate businessman, then, is what you're saying.
I don't know that he is. He gives me a very off feeling.
The word is used sarcastically. He's a criminal.
Ah, yes.
Of sorts. The slippery kind that doesn't actually commit crimes themselves, but makes them happen.
Well, my feathered friend won't like me to tell you this, but he has a deal with Halia, and he's here to collect on a debt that she owes. Among other things.
You understand that I deal in information.
Yes.
There's nothing I can really do about this, although... Keep talking, because this is good.
But I'm hoping that you can get me some information based on what I'm telling you.
On this Silas.
Yes.
Well, let me see what I can do. How long are you in town for?
I'm not sure. Also, if there's any information that you could gather on one of the interested parties here, ham and sausage, ham and eggs.
Ham and Sam.
Ham and Sam.
Unfortunate name for a rather unfortunate fellow. I know a little about him. What do you want to know?
I want to know what sort of dealings he might have with Halia.
Well, I don't know too much about her that isn't in the books, but some years ago her father and a few others were involved in a scheme to channel funds away from Dralamar's coffers into, hold on. You don't suppose this Silas is who they were working for?
All I know is that ham and eggs, Halia, and this Silas fellow are all connected.
I'm going to the local knowledge page on our website just to check up on noble pedigrees of Dralamar to see what's written about House Thornton. Because he would definitely know at least that. Yeah, Halia's father was, the city's master of records, a member of Dralamar's Council of Lords. He and several others were stripped of title and imprisoned for their part in a scheme to finance a criminal organization with state funds. Severin nods, thinking about the details, and he summarizes that to you, and it's something you've heard before from actually I'm not sure Scribble would have shared it, but he basically tells you her father and several others were involved in a scheme to funnel money from the city's coffers into a criminal organization. They were caught, and this Hammond Sam was essentially awarded Marnius Thornton's job as Master of Records for his efforts in apprehending them. He is supposedly the one who uncovered their scheme and turned them in. He gained some renown that way, and has since, used that to his benefit to sort of build his own, legitimate organization of nobles and merchants that
Right.
he's sort of forged into a loose consortium of investors, and he goes around essentially taking their funds and investing in various ventures.
Yeah, I mean, most of that kind of shit is going right over Lunalia's head. She doesn't. Her mind doesn't work that way.
But he is a figure that is linked negatively to Halia's family and positively to the public. And Severin says, it's funny how easily and quickly he leveraged what he did, what he discovered, into an opportunity for himself. I've met him in passing. Not a great guy.
Most businessmen aren't, in my
Sorry-
experience.
Sorry you feel that way. We're all in some line of business.
Anyway, I believe there is a connection there that needs to be uncovered between Silas, this Ham and Sam, and Halia.
Let me
I
see
don't
what
want
can
to go
do.
into further detail. It's not my place to say anything.
Well, it sounds like you don't have much on this Silas fellow. Let me
No.
see what I can do. I'm operating a little outside of my depth here. And I'm short on contacts, but I can dig deep. For what you've given me, I owe you that much.
You know, if I had a better way of contacting you,
He digs in a pocket and hands you a sending stone.
Oh no.
yes!
That good enough? 25 words once a day, don't waste it. Not after midnight, please.
Waste it. Got it.
I understand. Please let me know as soon as you find anything. I believe this man is dangerous.
Will do. I'll leave word with her if I have to leave town for any reason.
With who?
Lenine,
Why would you leave word with Lenine?
because you and I both know her, and I thought, never mind. If you can't find me, or if this doesn't work, and he shakes the sending stone, the other stone in his hand, check with her. I may have left her a message for you.
Okay.
Is that it?
Yes, that is it. Thank you for your time.
Are you sure?
I think so.
All right. He goes
Yeah,
back over and leans against the counter, waiting for Lenine.
Keep an eye on her. It seems that she's unwell. Perhaps she has a fever. And then she'll just head out the door.
He just smiles and shakes his head. What's everybody else up to this morning?
Just grubbing.
I mean, Rogar kind of wants to find Kern.
Yeah, I thought I was gonna follow along with him to go find Kern.
Yeah, easy enough. You guys actually find Kern at the smithy, where the familiar sound of Dahlgren's hammer can be heard, as well as the sound of combat, steel on steel. And as you approach the smithy, picking up speed as you hear the worrying sounds of a fight, you see a very familiar short dwarf sparring with a young girl, her with a sword and shield, and him with his familiar weapons. The two of them going at it, Deebs shouting at her, giving tips, combat tips, as they spar lightly. Gariel sitting on a fence nearby, watching the two of them intently. Dahlgren, you hear his shout at Kern from within, and do you see the large grayish skinned half orc appear in the doorway? Oh, hey.
Hello?
What are you guys up to?
Well, Noro said that you expressed interest in the graveyard. That you wanted to bash skulls or something.
Sounds like something he'd say. Yeah, you guys going?
No, we're not going to the graveyard, but we are going somewhere that has undead. And since you expressed interest and you kind of said that you wanted to go out and see the world, I figured that maybe this would be a good opportunity for you, and we would be in need of your abilities.
Gosh, he gets kind of quiet. You guys know I haven't done this before, right? I mean,
Yes,
like I've been in a fight, but I not with people counting on me.
Well, okay, fuck it. You stay home. We'll grab a different cleric.
I mean, I'll go and I'll help, and I'm pretty sure I can help, but I'm a little worried.
I think just having someone there that is able to call upon the light is easy enough, or is more than enough.
Or the darkness. We're not picky.
Or the darkness. I don't. Sorry, got paladins on my mind. Yeah, someone who has the blessings of a god would help with the undead.
Yeah, I mean, if you think I can help, yeah, I got you. What
That is, if it's all right with the blacksmith.
Dahlgren, I'm gonna go kill some things.
All right then.
What? Dead things. Your friends need me. Oh. Hey. Hello?
Hello. I don't think we've met.
I don't think we have. I've seen you with the others. Hey there. Dahlgren, Steelfold. He holds out a charred thick leather glove that is charred and blackened.
I'll reach out and grab Rogar.
Oh. Well, it's damn fine to meet you, Rogar. Look, take him with you. He's fucking useless around here. Always tripping on things, and he's creepy. Likes to watch me while I work. Says the sound of the hammer is calming to him, whatever that means. Just would you just take him for a few days?
We'll take good care of him, don't worry.
We'll be back, Dahlgren. I will be alright. Don't worry about me. I'm not worried about you, boy. Get to it then. Grab your things. Go on. Dahlgren just turns around, the locks of his gray beard swinging as he whips about and goes back inside. You hear the clanging of steel on steel right away. Well, I guess that means you don't need me. All right. When do we leave?
Hopefully you got your weapons and armor a bit maintained while you were here.
I mean, I leaned my hammer against a wall, and I hung my chainmail up.
Talking about your shield, I think the last time I saw it, it was halfway gone.
Oh yeah, I got a new one. He made me a new one.
Oh, that's good to hear.
It's well, I'm a little embarrassed. He goes back inside and brings it out, and it is a bronzed shield with the face of a dwarf hammered into it.
Huh.
I don't know if it's right for me to have this. Do you think it's
Would
right
it
for
make-
me to have this?
Would it make you feel better if it was an orc face?
No, I don't think so.
And then I'm sure it's fine. My shield just has an eyeball on it.
Yeah, that's weird, man. I don't know about that. I'm not sure I like that. It's always looking at me. I swear I saw it move once.
It helps me keep an eye on things. But I'm sure it's fine. A shield is a shield.
He just kind of looks at you like, is that supposed to be funny? All right, well, I'm gonna go find some food. Let's see if maybe there's some breakfast at the inn. Come find me when you're ready to go, or I don't know. I think that's how that works.
We'll come find you.
Okay. Dahlgren, I'm going. Right, fuck off. Oh, he's grumpy this morning. And he wanders off down the street with his shield slung over his back and his hammer in one hand.
I'm trying to think if there's anything else.
You notice as he does, he quickly pulls his hood up to somewhat obscure his face. Scribble, Noro, is there anything else you guys wanted to do? Getting ready to set out. Lunalia's query to Severin may take some time. It's definitely not something you guys would just hang around town for. But
No, I didn't expect us to hang around town until he got an answer.
Right. So what do you guys? Now we're getting real close to when we should be wrapping it up. What is the direction we want to take this in next week? Does this session end with the party joining up with Gundren to head back to their expedition, or is there something else you guys want to do before you leave town? Is that the way things are going for next week? Because that'd be real easy for bringing in a new player.
Yeah, I think we're about to head out unless there's something else. Like I can't honestly think of anything else that we need here.
If
like
you guys are going to beat heads in the mine, I mean, you'll be there in a day. If that takes a couple of days, and you could be back in 4 or 5 days.
Right.
And, nobody hears the wiser that Gundren was in town. So
Right.
folks might just park it here for a few days waiting for him. You get the feeling that, maybe asking around a bit, that, the folks who are here it's such a lucrative deal that, they're going to stick around for a while. They're not going to be like, oh, well, he didn't show up in a week, we'll just go away. Because
Right.
things are slow, right? People travel on foot or they travel by horseback, and word is that Gundren comes to town once every few weeks to resupply, send letters, that sort of thing. So, these people are here ostensibly for a couple, 2-3 weeks until he shows up. It would take them maybe a month to start, getting cold feet. You guys have more than enough time to slip away for a few days.
Other than heading back to Lanine's to check on the axe, I can't. Like, that would be a Noro thing, because I don't think any of us know about it, but I can't think of anything else.
I think the only other thing before we would go take off would be if we were going to negotiate with Gundren for.
Yeah, you guys should definitely talk to Gundren to set up what you're going to do next. Scribble, did you want to get back to Halia at all and just tell her, we need a few days, or or are you good to leave things where they were?
No,
Oh,
I'd be
like-
good to leave it. I mean, she said that, as quickly as possible, and he said that, he would work on, or try to help work on something.
Well, you all find yourselves roughly ready to get out of here. You've got your you have your
Rogar got the provisions, right?
Yep.
Yes, I
Rogar's
got all of them.
provisions. And actually, with you bringing Kern with you, I'm gonna bump your provision points up to 10.
Okay. Just like a side thing. I'd probably look for a keg of ale, like another pony keg, I guess, for the rock seekers. Considering
Okay.
Thardan likes to drink.
Well, I mean, if you go back to Stonehill Inn and ask, Toblin's more than happy to set you up with another keg. He says, "Did you finish off the last one already?"
I did, yes. I shared it with my Goliath friend.
This
The
one for
others
you- Is this
very-
one for you boys too, or are you?
This one's more of a gift for a couple of dwarves. Do you have any what's it called? Blackbriar or Dark Iron? I don't remember what it's called. It's one of their favorites. I'm referring to the dark ale that my other character enjoys drinking in our home campaign. I can't for the life of me remember it.
Oh boy, is that Deep Root Ale?
Yes.
Yes.
He says, from the Isle.
Yes.
No, I haven't been able to get any of that for a while.
Well, I thought I would ask.
Well, I can set you up with a small keg of something the boys will like. Look, from me to you, it's a gift, but if it's for them, I know they've got coin. Do you
I'll
mind?
pay.
It would mean a lot. It's been rough, and things are, well, we're turning a corner here with all of this business, but who knows how long that'll hold out. I'm sorry, Rogar, I have to ask.
It's no problem at all.
It's 5 gold. Is that all right, my friend?
I will give him 6.
Bless you. That's more than I could ask for. Thank you. And thanks for all your help. We'll be a sorry sort without you, but that meal you fed us last night, I feel like a new man.
I'm glad it was of help.
Well, it always is. I always enjoy your cooking. Anytime you want, you come back and use our kitchen. And assuming we're not full up, you get a roof over your head. Free of charge. Your family.
Thank you, Toblin. And I will head out to meet the others, I guess, and then prepare to go.
All right. So, stocked up on provisions, you find Gundren back at the Sleeping Giant. He's just having a quiet conversation with Ulrich, and the two of them turn and look at you guys as you enter. Right then. So, y'all look like you're headed off somewhere. Where are you off to?
We're off to the camp.
And you're coming with us.
Oh. Are you now? He looks
We
at
are bringing
Scribble.
someone along with us, though.
Right.
Just as a precautionary thing.
Have
He's a
you
cleric.
grabbed Kern already, or are you going to get him on your way out?
Oh, I went to the inn. He said that he was going to the inn.
Yeah. So he's standing like awkwardly in the doorway. Oh, hey. I'm Kern. Right. Oh, you found someone dumber than Noro then.
He's... no. Still smarter than me. But he is a cleric.
Him. Right.
I forget. He said he's a cleric of Stormlord or Murden? Murden.
Yeah, cleric of the Forge Lord. He's a hedge cleric. Like he's never belonged to an organization or anything. His dad kind of taught him everything. You know, his dad was a smith and taught him everything he knew, and taught him all about Moradin. His dad grew up around dwarves, so
You know, Gundren, appearances can be deceiving, and not everything is always as it seems.
I was just making light of the boy. So,
So about that price.
I thought you'd bring that up.
Scribble right down to business.
Look, like I said, times have been a bit tough and we're spread thin. It took us a lot longer to find this place than we thought, and I can't pay you up front, but I can give you a fair cut, 10% of everything from now until the end of time. For this and for all you've done for me. I feel like it's a fair offer.
I feel like 20% would be more with the help that we're having to bring. The map that we provided initially.
I'm going to ask you to make a persuasion check.
Well, before you do that, Lunali is going to say, we would also be willing to help you out financially in the interim until you can find another investor.
With advantage.
We'll roll it again.
Natural
Oh, yes!
fucking 20. That is beautiful. You guys. The social rolls tonight are just
Wow.
crazy. Off the charts. He rolled a 3. Which is
Nice.
Which is just,
I'll
you know,
say even more
perfect for my
impressed.
dice. At the mention of short-term financial help, how much?
Well, we're not exactly businessmen, but we can offer some coin.
Noro can offer you 1,000 gold.
Meanwhile, Noro's thinking, I don't have enough to buy the 3,000 gold cloak that I order, or whatever it was that he ordered.
I got
Boots.
something on hold.
The boots of speed. The boots of speed that should be ready next time you're in town.
Lunalia will say, I can offer you 1,000 gold right now.
How much do you need?
Well, it depends on how much longer we go before we start turning that ore. See, once the mine's opened up and cleaned out, I have to bring in a crew and tools, equipment. Hey, Ice.
Yes?
How much gold did Ori spend to get his mithril mine going? Was it
Shit.
1,200?
Yes.
Yeah.
That was... The crew was already assembled, so I didn't have to put money out for trying to buy them. But it was for provisions, tools, and I was able to just get them there, so I didn't have to pay for transport.
Yeah. 2,000 should cover things, assuming no huge delays. And you'll have your 20%.
Rogar
So
will
that's
hand
500 between the four of us?
Rogar will hand him
Yeah.
50 platinum coins.
Noro, can you afford that? Do you need me to cover yours?
All right. I'll do 500 as well.
Kern from the doorway is like, I
No,
don't,
you're fine, Kurt.
right. Okay. I brought my own
Yeah.
food.
I can catch food for us as well. Lunalia will hand over 50 platinum.
I mean, do we plan right now?
He's looking at you expectantly.
No, I mean just like it's an open question. Like take it off our character sheet now.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah, I
that's-
just took it off mine.
He collects the coin from each of you and stacks it up carefully, counting it very quickly, basically just taking the coin and sort of pulling it together in his hand into a stack and, deftly lining it up in stacks on the counter. And he says, Ulrich, would you be so kind as to get me a quill, ink, parchment? Ulrich brings him all of that. He begins drafting up an official writ. It takes a few minutes, and afterwards he asks you to all come over and read through it. He says, it's as official and binding a document as I've written anyone. If you'd like to have Halia or someone look over it, please feel free, but I think you'll find anybody who reviews this will find everything in order. And simply put, it is the agreement. It is for services and the contribution of an initial investment of 2,000 gold pieces in platinum, and he has all of your names written out. The 4 investors are entitled to a sum of 20% split as they see fit, stake in this mine. And the reason I say, meta speaking, as they see fit means when your party, grows or shrinks or changes members, the 20% comes your way, and it's up to you to distribute it.
No, fuck those guys.
Again, as they see fit. So up to you guys.
Deebs has taken a vow of poverty. He doesn't need none.
He makes his mark on it and asks that you all do the same.
Go ahead and mushroom stamp it, Hummer.
Wow.
Mushroom stamp, huh?
Woo, we bought a mine.
Yeah, and he looks at Noro and just says, "You can just make an X, just, if you like." I don't
Noro
know
knows how to read, doesn't he?
No.
He's assuming that Noro doesn't.
This guy's a goddamn racist.
Well, there's plenty of those.
No wonder him and Deebs get along.
You all sign the document, and he hands it to Ulrich, and he says, "My friend, would you keep this safe and make sure that it gets stored with official records for mines in the area?" Ulrich says, "Of course. It's a fine agreement you've all entered into. I'm happy to see such noble folk helping a good friend. And it's good to see you get just rewards for all you've done. Now, get the hell out of my bar."
I thought this was the barracks.
Some of us drink here too, after a long day. When there aren't guests. And he just looks at you expectantly. You get the feeling
drinking
that,
alone kind of
you
guy.
get the feeling he when you guys walked in the night before, he was, a few document signings away from, pulling out the scotch and drowning himself in his management troubles. The burdens of leadership. So, unless there's anything else you want to do, the party packs up their gear and their dwarf and their half-orc and sets out from Phandalin into, I'd say, parts unknown, but it's parts quite well known before the parts unknown. Headed back to the Rockseeker camp. What did we say? 2 days journey from here?
Yeah.
Let's go back to the region map and have a quick look. So next week, we got 5, 10, 15, 25 miles, and I don't think we need to do, maybe we will. You know what? I'll put you back in Phandalin, and we'll start the week with a travel challenge. maybe one with, I might make an adjustment and just make it a minimum 3 successes, 3 failures. And there we go. Well, thanks, guys. That was fun. Certainly a lot more intrigue and politics than I thought there would be. But I thought it might be high time to do a little something about that. So I hope you had a little bit of fun and have some things to think about, Scribble.
I own part of a mine.
We own part of a mine.
Yeah, you also own part of a mine. But I own part of a mine.
If I stab you all, I own a bigger part of a mine.
And if you do the math, if Gundren gives away 60% of his cut, between him and us, we still own 40 or 52% of it.
Well, yeah, he's never going to give that much away.
I know.
The thing is, having secured at least short-term finance from you guys, 2,000 gold is, I mean, that's gotta be 500 a pop's. Gotta be half of what you guys have left, or at least a third of your total.
That was a third of what I
That
had.
was
About
a
a
third.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think because I did the math for RF's character, and I think it was like the party average was somewhere in the mid 1400s for gold. And I think 7,200 worth of magic items on average, I think, are the numbers I sent him to basically play catch up to you guys, which is how we did it with ice as well. I just took an average of gold and an average of magic items, and I said, by this many gold worth of magic items, no higher than this rarity.
Yeah, I had to ask if it was okay to buy like a couple of extra, like just not even like actual useful magic
You bought
items.
a fucking magic spice pouch and a fishing pole. I mean,
Magic spice pouch.
I'm not gonna
a
say no
fishing
to that.
pole, a fishing pole, and a tankard that doesn't let me get drunk.
yeah. And you know, like a couple of those, you know, marshmallow sticks with the telescoping handles.
Yeah.
Yeah, you bought some Coleman camping equipment, you know, the D&D version of. So, yeah, no, I'm not going to say no to that. I mean, and the thing is, like, the party could have spent more of their money on magic items as well, right?
Yeah.
But,
Lucid, hopefully you're not mad that I told my information broker all of that info.
Scribble wouldn't be happy about it, but I don't give a shit.
Well, that's why she didn't tell him everything.
Oh yeah, I figured.
She, you know, part of her wanted to say, well, one wants the other one killed and wants the third one to do it. But I figured, you know what, that's enough that's been said.
well,
Yeah, me is me. I don't mind at all.
I think the high point of this session for me was Hammond Sam lives to see another day.
Fucking ham
s-
and eggs.
I still like the idea of why don't we just send Magic a detail of what Ham and Sam looks like.
Yeah, I thought for sure you were talking about Silas, getting him to jump Silas on
That's
the road.
what I thought too. I was like, wow,
Yeah.
that's interesting.
Like, that is
Ooh.
ballsy.
How's that going to
No,
turn
I
out?
thought completely he was talking about killing Ham and Sam.
Like,
Yeah.
that is a combat I would have to actually... I would have to run a mock combat for that, because that's interesting. Hmm.
No, I meant Ham and Sam, but because we were playing the Thing game, like not actually mentioning anyone's name,
Yeah.
it got very confusing.
I mean, I'm not a big stickler when it comes to alignments. They're guidelines at best. It's like, you know, play your character how you want to play him, and pick an alignment that best describes that. Not pick an alignment and try to play to it. But I gotta say, man, a couple of the things that Rogar's come up with are not chaotic good.
No,
They're chaotic.
They are chaotic.
Yeah. The chaotic's right. I mean,
that's why I kind of just
they're just
mentioned
musings.
them.
Yeah, they're just
Yeah.
he's just I'm just saying things out loud. Just saying, I'm just stringing random words together. They might mean something to some people. I can't be held accountable for that.
It doesn't get us in trouble, and we're not necessarily the ones doing the dirty work.
Yeah.
But we're also not paying anyone to do the dirty work for us. It's
I-
just hey, someone's gonna be walking down this road. They're a pretty big businessman. Maybe you want to take care of them.
Lunalia wouldn't have been down with it. If he was a shady businessman and she knew that he was into some shit, then she'd think differently.
He's got a reputation. He's kind of a dink.
Yeah, but just being a dink isn't enough reason to die.
Shady, no.
Well, it's been hinted that he's not a.
Well, yeah, that's, with getting Severin Thrace to look into things.
Yeah. Are you just having him check up on this guy to ease your conscience?
Like to
No.
know if it's okay if he does die or not, or
No. She wants to know what the complete deal is with Silas, and she knows that the other two are related in some way. She doesn't know why Silas wants this guy dead. But she didn't want to tell him that, Silas wants him dead either. So she's
Hey,
hoping that there's a connection there.
I just got to ban a spammer from the chat. That's awesome.
Oh, awesome.
Fuck yeah. Later, dude. Go peddle your wares elsewhere. Alrighty, well, I'm going to end the stream there. That was fun.